It's gonna go to your. You guys found this. We were just gonna go for you guys, but they were looking for you upstairs. Perfect.
That won't confuse anyone.
Right
No,
next
not
to
at
each
all.
other. Yeah. Hello. Good to meet you. Hi.
Vicky, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Uncle.
Sorry, I know your flight is delayed, right?
I missed the exciting tour, but I'll have to come back next year.
Yeah, I know.
So.
We are finishing up a little early today, so if you are
Yeah.
compared to others.
Oh, sorry, this is our photographer. Sorry. Let's go count all the rooms. He may be popping in and out of your room just to grab photos today. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, please, good, yeah.
It's the virtual team. Oh, excuse me.
You guys able to get some breakfast? And,
Got some breakfast. Yeah, I did anyway.
Yeah.
Lovely.
you know, we can help you out, set up your.
There's that. And if we need additional power strips, I think we can request them.
Yeah. So, there are like 3 devices. We have 3 here. One here.
I think I should have enough power for the day, but.
And we know that pop-up works.
You're just gonna. Yeah. Well, do you isn't the sleep after all the tour last?
Yeah, that was the tours were nice. It just felt like I was back in college, basically. You know, it's lots to learn and it's nice. Yeah, last year it was like virtual, so this year it's hybrid, so that'll be.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's just one team for us, but yeah, there are the first 3 teams have like some people are going to join virtual, but
And then one of the jurors is also.
Yeah, Steve. And so Steve might be actually waiting. So in the waiting room, we should just let him.
Is there a
if he's there.
Wi-Fi password?
And then it's
So Enroll Guest is the Wi-Fi you can go to, and that should be password free.
yeah, there is going to be a pop-up
Oh,
which should
Enroll
ask you
Guest.
for
Got it.
accept terms, and then that's it.
Got it.
Yeah, they're gonna make you accept some terms that I don't know if you
Sure.
want to read that.
I can just
It's-
click through. I'll assume I'm safe.
Well, yeah, thanks for putting all the preliminary scores and everything on time. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys using Zoom or?
Oh, we're using Zoom. Yeah.
I think upstairs they're using like 2 or 3 different ones.
Oh, okay.
Teams and Zoom.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was
So
good.
generally, Enroll uses like, hey, Steve.
Good morning. How
Good
is
morning.
everybody?
Good.
Loud and clear. It's like you're here.
Yeah, it has the right background.
I know, right? Thanks for joining. It's actually cloudier behind you.
It's overcast here too, so.
But yeah, we generally use Teams, but this we are using Zoom. All right. So Wiki, is your power code working? Is that working?
It is, let me just.
Just want to
look.
make sure.
It looks. Let me see here. That's my battery. Let's see in the little, just power mode on battery. So no, it does not appear to be
Okay.
working. Fortunately, I'm 100% charged, so.
Just this is probably.
Does anyone happen to have an iPhone charger, people?
I,
No.
I
When I
just
have,
switched to Google.
what I had, or the actual cable wasn't working last night. She totally went old school and printed stuff because I in so many different places.
I wish I had.
Actually,
We don't have that.
I did that
created
last year too, actually. Yeah, it was.
Are you trying to donate that?
I just felt like I was in so many places, like, you know.
No, I get it. I get it.
That might be.
Should we go?
We're doing it just 5 more minutes. Thank you so much for troubleshooting.
Just wanna see if it's working and
Yep.
then-
Yep.
All right, great. Yeah, sorry,
That's-
there's
okay.
another block in between, but Pam,
That's-
do you want the iPhone charger?
Oh, yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Okay, cool.
So this
And then.
this
this
mic
is
is
open
open
for you if you.
Yeah,
So-
Andrew guest is open.
Okay.
And Pam, do you mind if we just
Yep.
tilt this just a slight bit, because then I won't run over
run
that?
over.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah, you have in between today.
I'm fine. Luckily, I got the smaller device.
It's a cozy setup, but
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to
Could
want
not
to
be joined.
recognize me on. I run diagnosis, shut everything down and restart.
just troubleshooting, Steve.
Oh.
Students are very excited.
Yeah. So yeah, Steve,
Here's
just to
what
let you know,
I-
yeah, we're gonna start at 9. And so I think your check has been done with Amanda, right? And so yeah, feel free to hang around and we're gonna start at 9 while we do some troubleshooting here.
Okay,
Okay.
I can see everything fine. I've got two cameras on.
Okay, yeah.
So
All right, yeah, it's the presenters on-site camera is a little like from a low angle, but we'll try to move it, adjust it according to where they stand.
that's okay. And I can hear everybody fine too. So
Awesome.
How do you feel about having students come in now?
Like, it's good. Yeah, I'm in a minute. Yeah, it's good for 5. Yeah, just wanna. So you restart with Pam. I saw your email late last night.
Oh, yeah, that's
with for the multimedia. We're gonna just like play it
Yeah.
to you
Okay,
during
that's fine.
deliberations.
Yeah,
if you want.
okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so weird because I, kind of did different browsers and everything. Did you
Okay.
guys have any problems seeing Penn's multimedia? Mine just
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah,
Did you
I
have
could not
problems?
see Penn State's video either.
Yeah, I think I.
Yeah,
agree.
you could.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good. I wasn't the only
It
one. then.
rings a bell, actually.
Yeah, it's the only one.
I did those
Um,
long enough ago. I can't remember now.
Whose was?
Yeah, I
it?
think I remember it just being like the regular stock video. Was that Penn?
I don't know. For me, it just
Yeah.
kind of acted like it was
Like it's
buffering the
just-
whole time and it didn't really.
It's
yeah,
just the
that's what happened
that's
with
just
mine.
the regular stock video.
Yeah, that's what happened with mine too.
Yeah.
All my notes on my phone. This works.
So who do we see first?
I met some of them during the tours yesterday. Actually, 2 groups.
I tried not to meet the ones.
I tried not to, like they were there as part of my group.
You couldn't really get it.
Plus, all of our profiles are online, so they knew.
Okay, there are new people coming in. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
I think I saw.
Yeah, to the waiting room participants, right? Yeah. Okay, and we can also tell them we are gonna let you out.
Are you guys having any problem getting on to the Wi-Fi?
I had to try
I'm on.
twice, but I'm on. So maybe just try again.
Yeah, you have to like
There it is.
accept the terms and. Yeah, it makes it go to
Just
just
gonna. So, Georgia. The Georgia team, Georgia Institute of Technology. Awesome. Okay, all right. Yeah, just wanna make sure. So, yeah, folks who are joining online as well, virtually. Any of them, your presenters?
No.
No, right? Okay, cool. Awesome. Okay. And then we'll just like ask you to walk up there when time comes. Not now. Yeah, we're gonna say that. Yeah, just like this route and then coming back. Right? So there's a lot of wires over there. Yeah. All right, yeah. Welcome. Yeah, and then, after the. Okay. All right, so we have two things back to back. Again, yeah, thanks for joining. Same question, and you have folks joining virtually. Anybody joining virtually?
Yes, but they're not presenting.
They're not present.
Yeah,
I was just
they're
join. Okay, yeah, just wanna give a try. Yeah, they're not presenting. Yeah, they've have to have them on the Q during the Q&A. Yeah. All right. And so and then we have a break. Then we'll have for everyone else, other teams. Yeah, we have time. We have a short break in between. So get to know each other.
Can online participants participate in the Q&A?
Yeah, answer that. Yeah.
Sorry. Did you hear that? Did you answer that? Participants.
Is the microphone fixed or do they get to move it around?
I believe we're supposed to keep it
Keep it
fixed,
fixed. Yeah. So
Um,
that's the one.
and it connects with our cameras
Yeah.
and the soundboard over here too.
But
So,
he's incredible.
Oh, yeah, what if someone's tall?
Hello.
We can-
yeah, why don't we go
Yeah.
test?
Do we have to?
Sure, you can raise it up.
Yeah, I think we can.
So I'm going to.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. No, it's we have an executive space.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ours is there.
Right, yeah, I was gonna say that,
Okay.
yeah. We'll just focus on the presentation today, right, and yeah. Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah, thank you.
No, yeah, it's going down there.
Hi, welcome. There's a bunch of chairs up here.
Yeah. So, yeah,
And if we haven't, to need more chairs.
smaller room.
Right there.
You. Yeah, we can let people walk in, yeah, during this introduction session. So, quick, so yeah, both of you can share this mic.
Yep, we can.
You can share the mic.
You got it. No problem.
Okay, you can share this with me.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah. Just that's hard to reach. All right, good. Yeah. All right, we'll get started here. For everyone attending person here, again, simple housekeeping stuff. We are coming back in person here, right? So just a reminder that please keep your phone on mute, and yeah, be courteous to all this when the other teams are visiting. Right? Thanks. Yeah. And yeah, we'll get started. Welcome to the Solar Decathlon competition event 2022. This is the Design Challenge Division presentations for Retrofit Housing Division. If you were not looking for that, maybe you're in a different room, but it's exciting, right? It's Retrofit Housing, so you'll probably learn a lot. So hang around. So yeah, each and every one of our teams has really worked hard up to this point with their design projects, and will present for 8 minutes. 2 industry experts, our esteemed jurors here. We have 3 of them in person, and Steve is joining virtually. Yeah, based on the presentations from the semi-final event back in February, there were 6 finalists for the Retrofit Housing Division who advanced to compete at this final stage. Yeah, again, housekeeping, even for those who are joining us virtually here. Thanks for joining. Please stay on mute and keep your video off, unless you are presenting, and we'll work on that. But we'll also monitor the chat box if you have any questions. For on-site attendees, again, cell phones on silent and be courteous while others are presenting. And yeah, today the focus is all on the presenters, right, and the presentations. And so it's looking forward to it. And so yeah, hopefully everyone is excited. And yeah, and a quick overview of today's schedule here. Just advance the slide. Thanks, Kelsey. All right, yeah, so an overview of schedule. So we'll conclude the weekend with important announcements of awards and winners tomorrow. But today we are going to do all the division presentations throughout the day, all the 6, and then we'll do our deliberations with the jurors. But tomorrow in the Denver Marriott, we have a few more networking opportunities. Something for the students towards the end of today, you have at the cafe, if you were at the tour yesterday, that's the same cafe. You have a lot of networking opportunities. I encourage you to go and join there when your presentations are done, or if you want to after the whole division is done. And then yeah, we went through the housekeeping items here. I'm Ankur, I'm the jury coordinator. If Kelsey is the jury assistant, please kind of walk up to us at the side if you have like any questions or any doubts. All right, so with that, we'll get to the introductions here. I would like to introduce our panel of industry experts today. We have 4 experts. We'll start with Pam Closebold. Pam Closebold is an executive director of the High Sierra Energy Foundation. Pam, if you can just like raise your hand. Yeah, she's this High Sierra Energy Foundation is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to promote energy efficiency and sustainability in California's Eastern Sierra region. Pam serves as the co-chair of the Rural and Hard to Reach Working Group, composed of a group of different agencies that represent rural California's energy efficiency retrofits and energy efficiency efforts, and participates in policy-related topics that affect both rural and hard to reach areas of the state. Thanks, Pam, for kind of joining us. And so I'm just gonna ask you to speak like something of why are retrofits cool? I mean, I chose specifically to do this presentation to this division jury coordinator, but I want to know just like a brief thing about like, why do you think retrofits are cool?
Yeah, well, number one, if we're going to address the issue on large scale, retrofits are the way that we're going to have to do that. Two, retrofits are messy, and you have to really, get in there and be adaptive to whatever situation you may have and address those. So I think that's why retrofits are cool to me.
Oh, yeah, this started. Yeah, I'm going to ask that to every juror. So get your answers ready. So next, just right to my left here, Ankur Dobrial. Ankur, thanks for joining. Ankur is the director of construction at Module, a Pittsburgh-based startup company that designs high-performance homes and offers a pay-as-you-go solution to home ownership. He leads both the off-site and on-site construction activities at Module and manages the supply chain partners involved. And Module is a 100% commitment partner to the Department of Energy Zero Energy Ready Home Program. So yeah, Ankur, why do you think retrofits are cool?
Well, if any one of you is familiar with modular construction in general, there is a lot of overlap with retrofits. A lot of the work is done in the factory, but then you also have to finish a lot of that inside. And then, of course, the systems integration is a big piece of it. And, I've personally learned a lot from the work that you guys have done. So, yeah, excited to be here and hear it directly from you guys.
Thanks, Ankur. Yeah. So we're moving on forward here with Vicky Warden. Thanks for joining. Vicky Warden has served as a CEO of Green Building Initiative, GPI, since 2015 and works with some of the largest real estate developers in North America, specifically on the incorporation of sustainability, health and wellness and resilience practices into design, construction, and facility operations. Vicky, she's the former chair of the National Institute of Building Sciences Consultative Council and is an accomplished public affairs and associate management professional. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, why do you think retrofits are cool?
Retrofits are cool because we have a huge need to reduce carbon emissions, and the opportunity that we have with single family housing and multifamily housing is immense. And so to do it, we've got to have really efficient strategies that take into consideration all of the embodied carbon issues today. And like Ankur said, I've learned a lot from all of your projects. And they look like projects that we can bring to scale. So I think retrofit housing is really exciting as an opportunity to really attack that carbon issue.
Thanks. Okay. So yeah, last not least, Jura here, Steve Jurek, thanks for joining. If you can say hi, make your presence felt.
Hey, how was everybody this morning?
Great, yeah, awesome. So thanks for joining, Steve. So Steve is the Senior Director of Programs at NFRC, which is the National Fenestration Rating Council, which provides certified thermal performance ratings on fenestration in residential and commercial buildings. NFRC ratings are and procedures are the basis for a lot of the fenestration energy performance and are used on NFRC efficient Windows collaborative website as a driving factor in the selection of energy efficient windows by consumers. Thanks for joining, Steve. And Steve leads the team that develops and updates the certification programs. So Steve, before we wrap up this, question to you again, the same question: why are retrofits cool?
Well, Vicky kind of stole at least half of my answer. Saving all that carbon, I hate to see old buildings get torn down. So because of having to rebuild them using all brand new materials. And I'm also married to an architect who really loves historical buildings and things too. So, seeing historical buildings and seeing them get retrofitted so that we can maintain the history of where we've been is great to see. And I really enjoy seeing that.
Awesome. Thank you, Steve. So yeah, I mean, we are the only retrofit focused division. I don't want to start any tough wars, but I think we are cooler than the But yeah, with that, we should get started. And so we're doing great on time. Just want to remind everyone the presentation format. Each presentation will be of 8 minutes, and that's 8 minutes, right? And we're gonna cut you off politely at 8, and followed by 15 minutes of Q&A. And then we'll get with our begin our division presentations today. And so yeah, we'll get started with our first team with the Georgia Institute of Technology team. And if the team can please rise and walk up to the front here to the podium, and then we'll just do some quick troubleshooting, and then we'll get started soon. Yeah. I'm gonna get started there, and you can pull that up. All right.
Oh, there's a clock.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So directing all your attention to this, and so this is the analog timer. This is gonna start for 8 minutes. I'm gonna say begin, and I'm gonna hit that. And then at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, we're gonna flash this to these cards in front of you, just as a reminder. But you can keep going. But at 8 minutes, the buzzer is gonna go. And so you're the first presenter, so everyone is gonna know how the buzzer sounds, right? And so you mentioned that there are folks joining, but they are not the presenters. And so you have to click her, and then is this your right presenter?
Can we test it?
Is this a good?
Yeah.
You're pointed
All right.
here at the,
You're gonna
at
point
the
it
laptop. And it
Yes,
is a bit
I
of a
see.
delay.
Yeah.
So
Oh, it's a bit delayed.
you'll
Okay.
see it here
Okay.
before it shows up there, but
All
it's coming.
All right. Any questions before we get started? And then
Can we increase the height to
increase the height?
accommodate Pete?
Or how,
Have some
or
time.
how sensitive is it? Maybe Pete
Yeah.
can talk and it can still hear.
Yeah, can we just try that?
That's right.
Testing, 1, 2, testing.
They get you.
Yeah, I think
They
as
get
well as
you.
the jurors. Steve, can you hear?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay,
Oh,
all right.
yeah, so.
I think we're good. Yeah, sorry.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
So, yeah, and then immediately after, we're gonna start with the 15 minutes Q&A. We're gonna do this virtually, you can join the Q&A. Yeah, we're gonna do that.
Sure.
All right, yeah, cheers, Ray. All right. We're gonna start with our first presentation here, Georgia Institute of Technology. And I is on the timer. Again.
Hi, I'm Ayushi. I'm the student leader of Georgia Tech Team English Avenue Yellow Jackets. We are a team of 12 graduate students from different disciplines and cultural backgrounds, and we are so excited to present our project to Solar Decathlon platform. Through this project, we collaborated deeply with two partners, Perkinsonville and a local organization, Westside Future Fund.
Thanks, Ayushi. Hi, my name is Rent, and we'll start with the context of our project, our design challenge, our approach and outcome. So we are located in the west side of Atlanta, Georgia, English Avenue, which was neglected in the 30s because of redlining, but is currently undergoing a lot of restoration efforts. It has the 4th highest energy burden in the United States, but is currently undergoing a lot of restoration efforts. It's undergoing a lot of restoration efforts, and it has the people that live there are living below the poverty rate at 22.8%. The challenges over there are mostly because 44% of homes are vacant. And so we are faced with environmental, social, and economic challenges that we decided to face head on with a triple bottom line approach to ensure sustainability, equity, and efficiency. So this design approach aims to increase affordability by retrofitting to net positive homes and home ownership and upward mobility by creating a replicable model that can be used for the many vacant homes in the neighborhoods. And this is also goes along with the current administration's Justice 40 initiative. So the main family structures that we decided to focus on and design for are single people, single mothers, and couples with or without children. And in here we can see the existing conditions of the house that we're retrofitting, which is abandoned currently and is in a bad condition, but we are sensibly salvaging as much of the materials as possible for the retrofit.
Yes, we projected the rising temperature and relative humidity over next 60 years, and we are proposing a design that performs exceptionally well in present as well as in future climate change scenarios. With use of sunpath diagrams and sunlight hours, we are designing PV panels on the rooftop, and with radiation analysis, we are developing the layout of the house. Here you can see the existing house having a very rigid layout and poor thermal comfort or performance. And we are improvising it by providing better daylight and thermal comfort inside different spaces of the house. With functionality perspective, we are focusing on accessibility and flexibility the most, where room 2 can be converted into a kid's room or a home office if and when required. Passive design strategy was front and center of our design process, and we are dividing the existing large windows into 2 smaller parts and strategically placing them in a way that stays shaded during the summertime and invites ample of daylight during the winter time. This also enhances the thermal comfort inside the house in different spaces. And with this fenestration design, we are allowing natural ventilation if the weather permits. We are proposing a house that has a SDA value of 72% at 300 lux, which was just 54% in the existing house. And we're also critically reducing ASC to only 6%, which was 29% in the existing house. With this improvised quality of daylight, we are reducing lighting loads and eventually EUI. Now we will see EUI reduction with more details.
Hi, I'm Sam. When selecting the building products for our project, we had to consider our 3 main objectives: energy performance, affordability, and replicability. However, we couldn't ignore the embodied environmental impact that these choices have. So to satisfy these competing goals, we decided to keep the existing materials on the left and add new materials on the right. The plaster and lath was actually in relatively good condition, so we chose to restore it. And because we are removing the lead contaminated siding from the outside, we have full access to insulate the wall cavities and add air and weather barriers. The end product is a super durable wall assembly that actually performs. We simulated several different attic configurations and found out that surprisingly, a vented attic actually reduces the loads the most. But with vented attics, it still presents air tightness challenges. So we eliminated this weakness by adding zip sheathing to the tops of the ceiling joists and tape. And thus now we move our air barrier up. So now we can add as many recessed cans and ceiling fans as we like without worrying about adding new leakage pathways. Finally, we encapsulated our crawl space, which allows us to keep all of our mechanical systems inside the envelope. And by centrally locating our air handler, we minimize our duct runs. By using rigid ductwork, we establish solid connections that are easier to seal and reduce losses.
We assumed the existing house to be functional and developed a baseline model using IECC codes. And that resulted in EUI value of 49.5 kBTU per square feet annually. After incorporating all the active and passive design strategies, we are reducing this EUI to only 12.09. And this house performs well even in next 60 years. We critically designed the PV panels in a way that fulfills the requirement of the residents, and the system we are providing is efficient and affordable at the same time. After inclusion of PV, the final EUI we are getting is minus 2.86 kBTU per square feet and a final HER score of -1. And yes, we are making this 120-year-old house net positive.
Sorry, Atlanta has one of the highest water bills in the nation. So this really underlines our decision to use rainwater and gray water reuse systems. So this diagram here kind of shows our integrated design, which centers around how all of the systems are actually provided on the roof. And all of our major appliances, are Energy Star certified and Wi-Fi enabled, which will allow the residents to monitor their energy use with apps like 4C.
Hi, my name is Pete, and in order to accomplish our project's social equity and environmental performance goals, we had to develop an economic model that allows us to sell the home at an affordable price, reduces utility burden, and also gives the homeowner tools to generate wealth. To do that, first we decoupled the cost of the house from the cost of the land by entering it into the Atlanta Land Trust program. That way, the homeowner pays only for their house and not the ground that it sits on. They get a 25% share of the market appreciation of the property over a hold period that averages 6 years, and they're entered into the Land Trust Stewardship Fund, which absorbs all the major maintenance costs. Plus, there's significant property tax savings as well. Next, we dipped into the capital and subsidies made available by Westside Future Fund. They provide help with property acquisition, very low interest construction loans, and a bundle of subsidies totaling $90,000. Together, these two very well-established nonprofits help form the financial backbone of a plan that allows us to renovate this 102-year-old house into a high-performance net positive energy home that's still affordable to families at 60% of area median income. And when we combine that with conservatively estimated annual utility savings approaching $1,400 a year, and we project it forward over 6 years, it all adds up to a present value of over $71,000, which is money that the homeowner can then use to invest in moving up to market rate housing, or in career education, or even to found a small business.
This project reflects a deep moral commitment to address the urgent needs of an underserved community. In doing so, we help contribute to the notion that a neighborhood like English Avenue could not only be a vibrant place to live, but also a platform for the upward mobility of its residents. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I was also doing it digitally, but yeah, good with the time, and yeah, thank you for your presentation. Yeah, so we'll start with the Q&A here. And Kurt, do you want to begin with your questions?
Sure. Well, thank you guys. This was really great. I'm going to leave some of the more technical questions to the rest of the jury, but to Pete, I think I saw in your material that there was also a opportunity to have some sort of a 25% upsell, or the buyer will be able to move upwards, like you said, upwards mobility in terms of their equity. Typically, affordable housing programs may have a cap as to what they can sell the house for. So is that 25% your cap, or is that?
Yes, so the way that the Atlanta Land Trust works is the initial homeowner is allowed to sell the property only for 25% of the delta between what they paid for the home and what the market value of the home is at the time that they sell it. And that is what sets then the home price for the second homeowner. So the hope is that over, as I said, the average hold period is 6 years, is a minimum hold period of 5. The hope is over that 5-6 years, AMI has continued to increase roughly at the same rate that the market has. It's not necessarily the way it's happening right now, but that is keeping affordability in band. We've actually kind of gone above and beyond what Atlanta Land Trust does, because their typical home is attempting to reach affordability to 80% of AMI, and we're at 60% of AMI. And in fact, if you look at our budget, we actually set aside a contingency. So we're really aiming for 50% of AMI, knowing that no project ever doesn't dip into their contingency. So our fallback is we're still going to hit 60% of AMI. So we're pretty confident about that.
Okay, yeah, it sounds like a lot of communities are having that issue that, the land trust model is to assume a 25% increase, but that's not necessarily how salaries go up or wages go up. And the other thing I think you guys had mentioned is about the new market tax credits program. Have you looked deeper into what sort of scale you'll have to be to leverage that program? Because typically that has to be at a certain minimum number of units.
That's a subsidy that West Side Future Fund has already secured. So
Okay.
they've already done the hard work of that. They have secured $33,000 per home for 20 homes. And so they've made that available to us in this project.
All right, thank you.
Right. Pam, do you want to go next?
Sure. Yeah, so I see that you put a battery or some storage into your design. Is that right? Yeah. And just tell us a little bit about how you chose that, and what some of the underlying cost benefit was for choosing it.
So our selection in the solar system, we used a hybrid system so that we do have some ability to hook to the grid, even though in Georgia we don't have anything resembling net metering. In terms of our battery selection, we chose a 14.4 kWh battery. That was to maximize the amount of storage capacity that we had, also knowing that we have excess generation capacity with the solar being net positive. So we wanted to maximize the amount that we had available for the homeowner in case there were times that we had inclement weather or possibly some other form of an interruption as a way of increasing resiliency. So that's for why we selected the battery.
So sorry, does Georgia have net metering, or they don't?
What they have is Georgia Power has a credit program, and only, I believe, is it 20,000 or not? Is it 4,000 households?
Well, there was 5, they capped it at 5,000.
Yeah, they capped it. Yeah, 5,000. And it's not net metering, so there's only 5,000 households in all of Georgia. And what you do is any excess generation counts as a credit towards your next utility bill. And actually had a lecture where one of the public service commissioners spoke, and he said there's no way they're going to raise that cap. So it's going to be at the 5,000 households, and that's it until there's some change there. So.
Please go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. So the embodied carbon analysis that you did, what tools did you find helpful, and which tools did you use to compare materials?
I know that we used one-click LCA as the majority of our kind of analysis, and then I kind of also we kind of also matched that with like just diving deep into like EPDs and just checking that the product, like checking the actual specs on the product. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And the other question I had was on the market analysis. It was 40% is abandoned housing or not occupied housing?
44% of homes are vacant.
44%. So when you looked at the analysis of this program, how would this would work for people who are currently in their homes? Is there applicability in some sort of way for the abandoned housing to get that to a point where it is usable?
I mean, yes, this house that we're operating on is an abandoned home. So
Yeah, okay.
we've specifically geared it to trying to take this nascent housing stock, most of which Westside Future Fund has moved to take ownership of. So it's just sitting there waiting to be renovated. And that's what our model attempts to take advantage of.
Okay.
Thank you. So Steve, you're up. Please ask a question. Thanks.
I think all my questions have been answered already by everybody. So that's the benefit of going last, I guess.
We're going to start with you next time. Right. We have a few more time to. So any other lurking questions or follow-up questions that you might ask?
I'll just ask, I think it actually is in here, but so what is the difference in square footage, the price per square foot from this retrofit to a new build? Do you have an approximation of that?
I think we ended up at a price in the 220s per square foot for our renovation, and for a new ground up house that's a medium grade house in the suburbs, it ranges anywhere from, I want to say 195 to 230 is sort of the typical cost per square foot. Bearing in mind, we're doing some different things as far as prioritizing resource efficiency over some of the more cosmetic and superficial things in the house. There's no granite countertops, no oak built-ins, the jewel encrusted door handles we had to get rid of. So we prioritized, and I think when you see our budget, you'll see that we prioritize the things that help the homeowner the most from a financial standpoint.
I do want to add one thing. We had a discussion about that metric of like price per square foot, and it actually, because that actually our existing house, we didn't expand the footprint. It's like 946 square feet. So because we're packing all this in this house, like, you know, not net zero, but net positive, it ends up kind of skewing, I feel like, just towards an extreme, kind of like in the same way that a tiny house, if you looked at the price per square foot, it'd be kind of astronomical because all of your expensive systems aren't getting diluted by just square footage. So I don't know, just had to throw that in there.
Hey, my first house was 938 square feet. So, you know, you can live in one. And then just a question, did the cost of you had to replace or get rid of some of the soil because of toxicity, did that have to be included in this, or was that separate?
So actually, I don't think we ended up remediating any of the soil. I think our strategy was actually leaning more towards, I was gonna say, yes, thank you. Because I hear Ayushi. I'm like, oh, I have a lot of puppeteers in the back. No, so our approach was, okay, let's go for some phytoremediation and be strategic with how we plant things. I know horsetail, for example, is a great way of kind of doing some absorption of heavy metals in soil. So, you know, we're like, better not to disturb it because that could be an extremely expensive adventure. And just didn't want to go down that path.
I do have a question. Sorry. This is kind of reversing Vicky's question, because this was an abandoned house and you could do everything to it without worrying about occupants. Have you thought about trying to take some of the things you've learned here and done here to occupied housing?
Okay, all right, it's me. Okay, so yeah, we actually as a team like really heavily debated, you know, how replicable is this? And we figured out that the framework it can be universal because the priorities are building performance, durability, and occupant experience. And for an occupied house, like it's going to be disruptive because and it depends. It's obviously always case by case, but when you're dealing with something that needs such of a heavy lift to get to a place where it's A, livable, and B, like meets these standards, I don't think an occupant would want to stay in the house during construction, but it can definitely be applied to all different kinds of housing types. You just have to be sensitive to the climate zone.
Hey, so Ankur here again, Steve, just for you. Yeah, for the record, I'd like to say price per square feet is like the worst way of pricing anything out ever. Because it not only skews it, but like, you know, you have a 2,000 square feet house or a 4,000 square feet house, you still have one kitchen, right? And so there are a lot of fixed costs that you don't really get to see. But quick question about, I think you mentioned appliances in terms of controls and stuff, but have you looked at the kitchen layout or the appliances layout from an ADA standpoint?
Yeah. I guess you can. Yeah, for all the appliances, we followed all the ADA and they're all codes. They meet codes accordingly. Yeah.
Okay.
And the front of the house has a wheelchair access.
Yes, like we have if we go back just one. Yeah, we added the porch was too high, so we added like accessibility, and throughout the house, even like the floor plan with the bathroom is like it's all ADA accessible. So these are things that we try to keep in mind when redesigning, especially that we have an open floor plan so that there's like more access to all of them, because currently a lot of the spaces are very tight, especially like the entrance between them. So opening the public areas, the living, dining, and the kitchen area, they're all open and accessible. So from the front all the way to all the bedrooms as well, and the bathroom.
All right, thank you. Yeah, the bathroom comment answered my follow-up question, so it's good.
Can I add something? Like,
Sure.
I guess we were asked if how this. So basically, we were deeply engaged with the community and Westside Future Fund to understand which kind of residents or which kind of occupants are going to occupy the house. So that is how we derived those 3 family structures that are typically living in this houses. And the idea while developing the architecture of the house was to make sure that we are serving all 3 family types, their needs, their modern needs, and also the ADA. I mean, it should be compatible. So all these things were kept in mind while developing this. So I guess this house was abandoned, but even if there is a new house, we are pretty sure that the solutions we are providing is something that can be easily replicable, at least very easily in this community. But the framework is something like the solution can be applied to this community, but the framework that we are providing can be replicated anywhere else. So that is the point.
We still have a couple of minutes, but are we good with the questions?
I can add a few things just in terms of like the if you were worried about this being replicable completely and whether or not it will cause any hindrances to the current owners, in case there are any. From just a structure point of view, we did not have as much trouble in this house. If there is trouble, because this is a case-by-case design solution. So in that case, I would say there would be a little hindrance, but I think that is to any house that is being retrofit or being new adjustments are made. But apart from that, everything will be good. Everything should be good in terms of, so, yeah.
We are here. Thank you. Move on to the next group. Design Institute of Technology. You can salute the ways over there.
Yes, it's on my phone.
Yeah,
I'm a little confused with the war thing, but IIT. Illinois Institute of Technology.
Thanks for reminding me.
There it is. Little show up here.
You don't want to hear the food.
Yeah, we are. We'll have a longer break.
Well, and I'm thinking about like online trainings too. You know, where it's on the 45. Just, you know,
Yeah.
so you know,
Right, sure, yeah. Yeah, actually, I want to check that. So, right, yeah. So yeah, we are kind of like bit ahead here on when we actually want to start this presentation. But yeah, we have a lot of virtual attendees here joining. Yeah, please feel free to can listen here, hopefully clearly all our previous presentation. And let us know if you have any questions. From just to let everyone know next time, if we have a few more minutes towards the end and the jurors are done with the questions, we will try to open up for Q&A from the audience. But again, like if time permits, right? And then yeah, similarly for all the virtual attendees, if you have any questions, that was the end, please feel free to drop it in the chat. We'll be monitoring that. But yeah, thank you for staying on mute. And this is the next presentation is Illinois Institute of Technology. Are folks joining from your team virtually? Are there anybody?
They are joining but not presenting.
Okay, but they are not presenting, right? Okay, so yeah, anybody from Illinois Institute of Technology team who is joining virtually, please stay on mute and keep your video off for now. During the Q&A, feel free to switch on your video. And when and if you want to speak up, please unmute yourself and speak during the Q&A. And that goes for all the other team whose members are joining virtually here. So the same goes for you. And yeah, I think we are all good here with the tech check and we can get started. Okay. So again, eyes on this buzzer here, and then clocked at 8 minutes. I'm gonna start, and then at 2 minutes remaining, I'm gonna flash this card. Again, you can see it over there. And the time sub card is something that I'm going to show at the 30-second mark, right? Mainly, but because the buzzer is gonna alert you that time. So. Okay. And wait for my go. And so go.
Hello, my name is Nehemiah Green. We are the New Front Porch team for Illinois Technology. Our team is very diverse and includes architects, engineers, and even astrophysicists. Our project focuses on the preservation and retrofit of Chicago's lasting Ferris Wheatley home. Located in Washington Park on the south side of Chicago, the project includes the repurposing of the Ferris Wheatley home and the design of a community garden just south of the building. We visited the home with the owner, Dr. Joanne Tate, to learn about the history of the block. One of the things that we learned was that the first Black doctor to work at the University of Chicago lived across the street. The Ferris Wheatley Home and Association was named after Ferris Wheatley, a poet who lived in the 1700s. Ferris Wheatley was the first person of African descent and the second one to publish a book in the US. The association was established all over the US and was meant to provide a safe place for Black women who moved during the Great Migration. The Illinois chapter was founded by Elizabeth Lindsay Davis in the early 1900s. There are 3 locations in Chicago, and this is the last standing one. Finally, the building was designed by the Chicago architect Frederick Townsend and was built in 1896. Today, the Ferris Wheatley home is in demolition court due to its poor physical condition. This has gotten a lot of buzz in the news. Preservation Chicago listed the Ferris Wheatley home among the 7 most endangered buildings in Chicago in 2021. The main statistics that we want to highlight are that about 50% of the area has an income less than $25,000. Over 30% of the area is under 20 years old. And Washington Park's crime rate is higher than the national average. And its eviction rate is the 3rd highest of the Chicago neighborhoods. The evictions resumed in the fall of 2021. Our main goal is to preserve the history that the Ferris Wheatley home represents and honor the women who devoted their lives to Black women's rights. We also wanted the Ferris Wheatley home to be a safe place for the community. The building owner, Dr. Joanne Tate, said, Black women always had a say in the growth of the children, and I want to bring that back. The New Front Porch will allow the children to get the development that they need. I personally agree with this statement because of my parents being from Chicago. They always said this was the case for all the neighborhoods in Chicago, and I would like to bring that back. Lastly, we aim to design a zero energy home.
So as a result of our site analysis, the proposal program has two main parts: a public space for the community. A public space for the community in the ground and the basement, and a private or residential program on the second and the third floor. Highlight of the public program include an African American Women Museum, a community kitchen, flexible space, and community garden. Given the high eviction rate in the neighborhood, the private program include transition resident. People in need of housing can find a safe place and home in the new front porch, as well as assistance to get there in their feet and to find a more permanent living solution. The Phyllis Whitley home is a historical Chicago gray stone building, and this is a common building in Chicago. It's featured a simple brick envelope with a limestone facade. The exterior walls are loading bearing. On the interior, there is a structural wall that usually borders the exterior side walls of the building, while the other walls can be completely removed. According to the zoning code, we are allowed to build an additional dwelling unit, which will serve as a home for the manager. The community garden extends the program to the outdoor, including children playground, kitchen garden, and basketball court. Interior decoration and surface area on each floor are arranged along the north wall, while the living space are on the south side to allow optimizing the daylighting. On the first floor, the team designed a double high space to celebrate the facade also in the interior, as well as the building's main architecture expression. The front facade is the element that retains the memory of its important history. The private program or the residential program offers a welcome space, a shared kitchen, shared bathroom, and bedroom that offer a variety room size to serve both individual and family. The new front porch acts as a community and safe place for everyone.
The building envelope performance has been a major focus in our design. Installing insulation on the exterior is the best approach in our climate zone to increase the durability of the existing masonry. Therefore, the team initially explored the possibility of using exterior insulation for the walls, except for the front facade. However, this approach was changed due to the zoning and site constraints as shown here on the right. The current design proposes interior insulation on all four walls. The front facade construction features a limestone veneer over the brick masonry surrounding the building and has an R value of 2.92. Our proposed design will involve utilizing aerogel insulation with fiberglass insulation in the spaces between the steel studs. The same will be done on the north, south, and west brick walls. The current construction of these external walls have an R value of 2.3. All the walls could reach an R value of over 41 with the addition of 4 inches of aerogel insulation. As the owner mentioned, the roof has to be replaced. With our current proposal, we estimated an R value of 60.
The team considered 2 systems, a ground source heat pump paired with radiant heating and cooling, and an air source VRF system. We compared the pros and cons of each system, and despite having a higher energy use, the VRF system was used because of the lower maintenance and simplicity, and also because it can offer simultaneous heating and cooling, and it's less invasive than other systems. Here's our HVAC diagram showing the refrigerant lines in red and blue for the VRF system, and the ductwork in orange for the DOAS. The energy model was created via Open Studio. All the building systems exceed the efficiency requirements from the International Conservation Code 2018. Here's our energy use breakdown in kilowatt hours, and our site EUI has been improved from 59 to 19 of EUI. Our improved model includes a super efficient envelope, reduced infiltration, heat pump water heater, and LED lighting. For our on-site energy production, using the roof area, we are able to handle up to an EUI of 22, and there's opportunity for further production using the vacant lots around the neighborhood.
It's all about the people, and to know where we come from, to know where we are going, we should know where we come from. The design of the building needs to keep in mind community resilience. That's why our program is made to give people what they need, a safe space for kids to come and learn and grow together. That's why we are retrofitting that monument of the city of Chicago instead of tearing down and leave another empty lot in the city. Moving forward to the conclusion, we will say that the Philip Whitley House is very important in 2 facts. Firstly, it's a really unique project because of its historical and societal impact. And at the same time,
it's so big and it's common because it's opened a new door to 3,000 other gray stone buildings in the city. And this retrofitting can be adapted to other buildings in the city of Chicago. Thank you.
Yeah, we don't want to hear that. Yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Since this is a hybrid event, ask the jurors to speak into the mic, otherwise the Zoom attendees would not be able to hear. But with that, we are gonna get ready for the Q&A. Just before that, yeah, anybody from the Illinois Institute of Technology Zoom attendees, if you want to join the Q&A, feel free to switch on your video, but stay muted while and until the time you want to speak. And yeah, with that, we're going to start a 15-minute Q&A now. And Steve, do you want to take it away first this time?
I can do that.
Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to applaud your choice of projects and trying to save the building and trying to save that front facade of the building, which is just a beautiful thing. I would like to ask you about the challenges that you faced in designing systems for a building that was that had a public area in it, the museum area, and the differences between having that public area and the requirements for that, and then the residential areas on the second and third floor. What were the challenges? You know, what was your biggest challenge in trying to design the systems for that, for the whole building?
Yeah, I think it's talking like more of the mechanical systems, and yeah, I think I would say the biggest would be that since like the ground floor and the basement is really more of a community floor, I would say it's really trying to make sure that we're able to size the systems to handle, you know, large amounts of people, because we want this to be a community space, right? And on the residential spot, so that was a little more, I would say, easier, but we tried to also make it accommodating. For example, for the second floor, we had a shower that's just, you know, you walk in shower. On the top floor, we made it like a tub. So we try to make it ADA accessible as well. But I would say just those two. We split the systems into like kind of like the public and then the private space. If that kind of answers your question there.
I was going to add on to that. If you noticed, we used a different type of insulation, which saves a lot of space. So that would help in this project since it's a retrofit. And like you said, we're trying to make sure that there's enough space for, you know, the community to come in and do what they need to do in these programs. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Vicky, you got next?
Really exciting and interesting project for the community access piece. And I was just wondering about the scalability and applicability for, I think you said there are at least 3,000 similar homes and projects. There's a pretty big upfront cost to this renovation. Did you do any research on how funding could be put together for those who wanted to tackle this on other projects that didn't necessarily have the cachet of this one?
I think currently the owner is trying to raise funds to help to retrofit that building because she really cares about it. She used to live in the neighborhood, and it was a building that used to bring people together, and she still have that kind of nostalgia in her eyes, like the fact that so many kids in the city don't have a place to be and they get into crimes or whatever, but that house was a safe space for so many others. So she wanted to bring that back, and she's trying to raise funds for that. And that's how she's trying to bring fun to that building. But at the same time, that neighborhood carries a lot of gray stones building, and the insulation for those buildings are really bad. She said that it's really cold inside. But people who lives around are kind of like the University of Chicago is just near. So there's some fund that can be allocated to that and retrofit those buildings. And I'll also like to mention that, yes, that you're correct that funding those type of homes, because like we said, there's 3,000 of those homes around Chicago. But we were hoping that the city would recognize that, because if you look around the neighborhoods, especially on the south side, there's a lot of vacant lots that are around. Even in the neighborhood that my grandma lives at, Roseland, about half of the neighborhood is just vacant lots, and it's just open for people to just do things that they're not supposed to do. So we were hoping that people, that one, the community will help out, two, that the city would also help out with being able to retrofit these homes and be able to help out these areas, so then they don't have to keep tearing down areas and just leaving open areas to make their city even more beautiful than it already is.
Okay.
It's like we said at the beginning of the conclusion, to know where we are going, we should know where it comes from. And those buildings are so important for the landmark Chicago, like when you see this is Chicago.
Yeah.
So if we tear all of them down, what is the rest and what is the heritage?
No, it's an important model, that's for sure. Just one other question on your energy modeling. I think you mentioned in your submission you used Open Studio. I just wondered if anyone wanted to comment on the tool that you used and anything that you might share with us about it.
Yes, so yeah, we did model in Open Studio. So we used quite a different space types. Initially, we went based off the Department of Energy's reference to buildings built before 1980, since our building was built in 1896. But it was good. We used a mix of space types, small hotel, mid-rise apartments, also some like school space types as well, since we have some classrooms in the basement and more of community spaces. So I would say the model is it was challenging at first, just because it was my first time kind of taking on a huge model like this. But yeah, it's really great. I'm not sure. Is there anything you want to know?
I just was curious about, maybe you could just speak to the challenges of using that tool for this type of energy model.
Yeah, I would say the biggest one was since the space types I use are more like commercial, larger aspects,
Yeah.
trying to scale them down to a smaller residential use was probably the biggest challenge. So I did struggle with that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
I may have missed it. I didn't think you addressed ventilation, but when I just went through here, maybe I just missed it. So how are you, now that you're going to have a tight
Exactly.
insulated building, how are you going to deal with ventilation?
Of course, of course. So we know that because we're having such a tight envelope, we're gonna have a dedicated outdoor air system. So make sure that each room is being met with the required ventilation as well. Yeah, I would say like that's the biggest one mechanically. The windows is about 10% window to wall ratio. So if the day is good, I would say we could try to open the windows up. But we're relying more on the DOAS to take care of the ventilation.
Yeah. My question is going to be a little related to what Vicky just mentioned. Have you guys done any sort of more detailed, like itemized in terms of cost analysis? Like, do you know roughly, you mentioned that the owner is looking to raise funds. Like, has there been an analysis done as to how much or yeah, what kind of funds might be needed?
So the home is, like we said, the home is in very poor condition. So we did do a little bit of analysis on that we would, we went off of Preservation Chicago's estimation, which is like 1.5 million to 2 million just to fix up the home. And we also did analysis more on the technical side, but we also weren't able to go inside the home because it's so unsafe to go inside. So we don't know the exact damages. So it could be even more that we have to put into fixing up the home. So that's the best we could do with the amount of information that we had.
All right.
Oh, we can go back to Steve. You go again. Any questions that you might have?
Not much is coming to mind, and I was looking at my notes, and I don't have anything else.
Can you also open it up to the rest of the jurors? Yeah, any follow-up questions that you might want to ask?
Great. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a question. So you chose the aerogel, in which I think is probably a good choice, is good for, noise and in that multi-use environment. But did you do kind of a cost effectiveness, analysis between the different options?
I didn't do a cost analysis between the different options, but it was kind of apparent because we had a we had constraints with how much space we had, and also like since it's a retrofit, like I said, we needed to bring down the EUI, and we couldn't use external insulation, so we had to like find a proper solution, which was a high performance internal insulation, because that's the only thing we could have implemented. In terms of the cost, like I could give you numbers if you want.
I just was curious if you had, was it significantly more, or I guess if you didn't really have an option?
It was significantly more, but
Yeah.
it's worth
You
it.
didn't have an option.
Yeah.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Cool. We have a few more minutes. So any questions from the audience? Maybe, Shannon? Yes, please.
Hi.
Yeah.
So what have you used in terms of penetration? I'm curious in terms of windows, were there any issues with store preservation there that you had to encounter?
I'm not sure if, I don't think we, sorry. We didn't really look into like the preservation of it. But we made sure that the windows that we kept, each position windows, we didn't open up or add any more windows. Well, actually the rear on the west side, that, as you saw from the photos, was completely gone. So that was the only location where we really added new windows, but we're just going like, we're trying to still keep the same image of the windows. But yeah, it was just completely just the baseline of the windows. I believe we just went with single pane. So, no, triple pane.
To answer your question, we replaced the windows with we just took out the windows and just put them in the exact same place that they were already at. We just replaced them with triple pane to help with the installation, stuff like that.
Oh, more questions from the side? Okay.
I just have a general comment. I think the passion is definitely there between the team to bring back something to the community that you guys are part of. I don't know if you guys have access to my contact information, but I work with groups similar to you guys in Pittsburgh, and then who do more community oriented retrofit. So if you guys ever want to reach out, please feel free to do that. I'm sure we can try and figure out something.
Yeah, and I was just going to add, the passion and just, it's such a cornerstone, and I really hope that this project goes forward. But I was wondering, like, have you, made sure that your president of your university is aware of it? And like, I just think that there's, and obviously there's, I know that there's a movement going, but for you to be able to show them that, yes, we can make this to a sustainable building that can be such a value to the community would be awesome.
It's just about letting more people know about this building, because it's just like you go to a neighborhood and it's like to bring a new activity, and like it happens so many neighborhoods that, like, for example, in some neighborhood in Chicago, whatever, at 7 p.m. the rate of crime just decreases. Why? Because there's something going on. Maybe kids on the court, basketball court, doing something, or they go together, do something. During that time, the rate of crime just goes down. So bringing a community garden there, like, okay, we bring all those kids there every day, and how that can impact the crime rate and all of that. So it brings hope for so many kids. And we try to do that. And it's just about how we advertise this and bring people attention to it and grow their interest in it.
So to specifically answer your question.
Do you want to go to the mic? Sorry, it's my
To specifically answer your question, this is also iPro at our school, so it will be presented to our school. On a personal level, yes, we do talk about it a lot. This is a cool project. I'm on another project team, and there's like, over 100 people. So they all know he's an architect. All the architects at IIT know. Thank you.
I did want to also mention that, like, the main thing with it, so there's a community, there's a home that's right near our school that's called the South Side of Chicago Art Institute. And it's basically almost, I mean, it's not exactly the same program. They don't have the homes and all that, but they, it's basically the same thing on that. Their program is meant to get people off the street and have people not be bored. Because even when my parents were growing up, because they grew up in the 80s and 70s. So this is when Chicago was really having their huge crime wave. And the main thing that caused all of this was because all these kids were bored. And boredom is the really thing that causes all crime, because if you look at the crime statistics of all the kids that are like the age of all of them, they're all 16 high schoolers. None of them are actually like 30s or 40s. So really it's just to stop them from being bored and actually give them something else to do other than be bored and do something else. So,
Thank you so much.
All right, yeah, thank you. So thank you for your presentation. And yeah, with that, we had back-to-back presentations here, and we are going to take a short break. If you can pull up the break slides, thanks. And just doing a quick time check here. We are at almost at noon Eastern time and 10 Mountain time here. So we will try to come back and at 10:15. So we'll take like a 15 minutes break. The next presentation is the Pennsylvania State University. And so I'm going to ask them to kind of like, don't wander off too far. And right, and then we'll be trying to do some of work. So yeah, let's take a break and yeah, let's meet again promptly here after the break, 15 minutes. Yeah, we are doing a little like early on time. So instead of 10, we are taking 15 minutes. Yeah, yes, yeah. Yeah.
And so maybe before we do that, can we see if we can run their video?
Yeah, sure.
Because I don't think it worked for anyone.
I think it still runs the, let's see, the stock one. Okay. Like the 20-second.
And then which one?
This is Penn State.
Which one is not running?
Penn State is the one that's not running for everybody. This is that one.
Oh, and it's running for you?
No, it's just a stock.
Oh, it's just stock one. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we can open that. So that's a problem throughout.
I wish we would have been told like when they're supposed to.
But yeah,
I wish
if
we
you
would have
do,
been told
like,
in advance.
grab something
Are
like
you
this
supposed to?
or put it.
You know, like, you know, so I wasn't sure if you're supposed to do that or not.
Go to clock
Oh my God, that project.
right? And just like try to
Like, can you write the Obama Foundation? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like making these. Yeah. Okay, so
Well, she's gonna take a picture.
oh. It's not working.
Photoshop Steven.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've loved over the COVID, just looking at all the backgrounds of like the kids' rooms, because it often seems like the kids' room gets, you know, hijacked for the office, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, with the little clouds on him.
So I didn't do the training that I
Is
was
that-
probably supposed to do. So
No,
what's
it's
the-
changing. It's yeah, it's the
Well, I
break.
know, like, because you're taking like video, so
Yes.
it's like, oh, somebody shared the video.
Yeah.
It's just a slide.
Just like,
I didn't see that as a,
Right, so if you open the show
where you
scorecard.
judging.
right,
So
yeah,
you can
I see
you can
that.
give points. So if you
Yeah.
want to add a comment there, that's just for you. They
Oh.
don't see it. But like this first column,
Yeah.
that's where you give feedback. That's going to be sent out to them on Wednesday.
Okay.
So at least we have
Everything
till
done.
Wednesday.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
I think we have
Okay.
till Monday.
Well, I can
Oh,
actually
Monday,
do
that's
that
right.
after we're done.
Or
It's
on your
like
flight or
later
something.
today.
And we're gonna,
Yeah.
other juries are gonna be going till like 4. We'll be done like at 1,
Yeah, no, I
1:30.
think
So
it'll be
we
good to get
can,
that done while I'm fresh.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
And it only
not confusing them
accepts
all.
2,000 characters, so they don't expect.
I
Yeah.
typically just put 3 or 4 sentences in there. It's not crazy. And I don't know if they see your scores really, but
Today they said they they won't see your
Yeah.
scores. They'll just see the first, second, third place. Honors or so.
Yeah, last year it was slightly different in a way that they also had space to upload their presentations. I think right now they uploaded, we got to see the narratives and then the summaries basically.
Yeah.
I think last year they were also able to upload.
Porque es un video, quizás. A veces cuando son videos no dejan. Ahí ya estamos acá. Porque cree que tú vas viendo películas en mi carro. No va a mí. Ya me viste, bebé. Las los programas protegen así al chofer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. Hey, Steve. We'll get started in a couple of minutes. The presentation will still start at 12:25 Eastern, but we will have audience pouring in and get the mic check and everything done for the next team in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Steve, how's the audio?
Yes.
Steve, can you hear our audio? Good? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
You just like to say.
Hello?
Yep. Okay. Okay. We're good to go. And so unlock timer here at 6 minutes. I'm going to show this presentation, and then 30 seconds to it. I'm going to show this, and since we're talking at 8 minutes, this is going to work. And so two teams has not allowed this to buzz yet. So that's something to remember.
It might be exciting.
Yeah, let's like hear it finally. I know. All right. Yeah, we have our attendees pouring in again, back again here. We'll get started here in a couple of minutes. So all the virtual attendees, hopefully everyone got a chance to take a break, as well as on-site attendees here. We are done with 2 presentations for this division. We have 4 more to go. We are going to now have back-to-back 3 presentations before we break for lunch. And so we'll start with the Penn State University mic up here. And so we'll just wait for a minute, let everyone pour back in.
give some time to others to join, even virtually. Right, welcome back. Yeah, so settle in. Sure. All right, yeah, three presentations before we break for lunch. So it's gonna go real quick, and we're not gonna hold anyone for lunch. But yeah, all right. So that I'll wait for my go. All right, attention back here. Cool. All right, we'll focus here. Thank you. And go.
Hello, my name is Luke Scanlon, and we are Penn State's Design Challenge team. With our project, we are giving new life to Penn State's Morningstar House to get our community re-engaged in sustainability and carry on Penn State's legacy of education through sustainable design. The Morningstar House was Penn State's 2007 Build Challenge project, which was built for the competition and then brought back to Penn State's campus. Since 2009, the building has been operated by Penn State's Sustainability Institute as part of the Sustainability Experience Center, where it serves as a real-life example of sustainable design practices. This year, the Sustainability Institute has asked us to design a retrofit of the house to address technical concerns and to help revitalize the building in its current site. We've worked with a variety of stakeholders, including the Sustainability Institute, as well as several of the 2007 decathletes who are now rock stars in the industry. Through analysis of existing conditions and meetings with our stakeholders, we identified a few key areas to address in our retrofit, including lack of airtightness in the building, inadequate energy systems and room for improvement with mechanical systems, and a lack of accessibility and connection from campus. Throughout the year, we met many times with our stakeholders to ensure our project was meeting the needs of the Sustainability Institute while still respecting the intent and effort of the 2007 decathletes. Our goals with this project are to improve site and building performance, responsibly address materials and waste, and improve user experience at the site. We had considered designing a new building right next to the Morningstar House that would serve the purpose of educating people about more modern sustainable design principles. However, by conducting a retrofit of the existing building, we were able to give it a new purpose in educating people about retrofits while using 89% less global warming potential than a new construction for the same purpose. And with that, I'll pass it off to Alyssa.
Thank you. Based on thermal imaging, blower door tests, and site visits, we found 3 areas of concern for the envelope: the southern facade, air tightness, and the windows and doors. For the southern facade, a key idea of it was that all of the thermal and shading devices were very manual user-based interactions. And to keep with that, we wanted to renew and reuse those without just making it automated. One method was a rack of milk bottles filled with water to be used as thermal mass. It was currently inoperable due to age. So one rack will be rebuilt to be used as an educational tool for tours, while the remaining bottles will be used for an outdoor partition wall. There are outdoor adjustable shelves to be used for shading that are also currently warped and unusable. It will be rebuilt using chestnut oak, which is a local, naturally water-resistant wood, which will then be sealed using a non-toxic sealant. For air sealing, it was a very low priority in 2007, and as such, during blower door tests, we found that the ACH was in fact 7. In order to lower that to our goal of an ACH of 3, we're using zip sheathing taped at the seams when possible, and then using spray foam insulation as a spot treatment in areas shown on the diagram above. The windows and doors are also key issues. The clear story windows, which were installed by students, are in fact Velcroed in. Other windows are showing major signs of decay due to moisture. So we're going to switch from wood to composite wood frames, which will greatly lower the amount of moisture infiltration without necessarily sacrificing unembodied carbon. The sliding door is also a key issue. Sliding doors are hard to seal, maintain, and insulate. So we will replace that with a hinge door next to a fixed window. So it'll be easier to seal and maintain without having to sacrifice on any natural light. I will now pass it off to Jake to talk about the mechanical and electrical systems.
Thank you. So with the increased air tightness of the home, we knew that balanced ventilation would be needed to maintain good indoor air quality as well as improve envelope durability. And for this reason, we propose a Zender ERV with a supply and return in both the main living space and the basement, as you can see here. And also, in order to address our goal of improving building performance, we're proposing a heat pump water heater to replace the electric resistance water heater, as this technology wasn't really around in 2007. Through our improvements to the envelope, the mechanical systems, and energy generation systems, we're able to reduce site EUI from 22 to under 14 kBTUs per foot squared per year. In addition, you can see that the existing house had an ERI of almost 70, and after our retrofit, our ERI is 37 without accounting for energy generation, and when the solar setup is taken into account, we achieve an ERI of -17. In terms of energy storage, our retrofit proposes a 47 kilowatt-hour battery. We also maximize the area on the roof to increase our solar capacity from 2.5 kilowatts to 11 kilowatts. And in all, we were able to increase annual energy production from 3 megawatt hours to 13.4 megawatt hours with an annual energy demand of just over 7 megawatt hours. Here's a quick breakdown of energy generation and demand in January and July. And this just really illustrates the resiliency of the building being able to produce excess energy during the day, store it in the battery, and use it overnight or during grid blackouts. And with that, I'll give it to M for market analysis.
Thanks, Jake. To communicate the highest priority items with our client, we split the cost into 2 tiers. Tier 1 includes all of the items necessary to improve the performance and maintain the durability of the home, while Tier 2 includes all of the items in order to settle the home into its surrounding landscape. The diagram on the right shows the cost breakdown by percentage, and you can see the total cost of the retrofit is approximately $171,000, with most of that going toward plants. Alan will now talk about the architecture.
Now that the building has a permanent residence on the Penn State campus, we wanted to bring it into the community and highlight a bunch of the design decisions that were made by the 2007 team, as well as our own design decisions. For the front entrance of the building, we added a canopy and the reuse of the milk bottle walls to bring more attention to the front of the building. On the eastern patio side of the building, you can really see the building starting to spread its roots into the site and surroundings with public spaces for community groups and students. For the interior spaces, a lot of the furniture and things were brightened up to illuminate some of the darker spaces that we found in the building in order to have a smoother teaching space for tour groups. And the basement classroom will remain a teaching space, but is now focused on the Morningstar Home, Solar Decathlon, sustainable design, and has a data monitoring system for visitors and students.
To build on this idea, we wanted to expand our ties to our community through a sustainable handicap accessible pathway that connects the home to an existing sidewalk that runs through the heart of campus and the community. We also wanted to take some inspiration from the 2017 for our garden design. The original design featured a variety of gardens that people could take away and input into their own homes. So you can see we implemented that there and also expanded our ties to the community with the implementation of the expansion on the community garden, as well as featuring local artists in the sculpture garden. So with that, in conclusion, the Morningstar House began as a concept for the 2007 team and serves currently as inspiration for our generation. And our hope is that visitors of the site will take something away from the home and implement it into their own homes tomorrow. Thank you.
No, I'm gonna start. Next time. All right, yeah, thank you for your presentation. Penn State University. We'll get started. We'll get started on the Q&A now. All right, Vicky, why don't you lead us on this one? Thank you.
That was really interesting and hopefully really scalable. And I guess that's my first question is, have you studied the results of just having, are you tracking at Penn State somehow, like people that go through tours, what the influence of the model building has been? How are you tracking that?
Well, I would say that in terms of the project itself, and ever since we've gotten involved, we have not, a lot of the people who are involved with the tours and actually seeing the building are architectural engineering students, architecture students.
Sure.
There's really not a lot of other, there's a bunch of sustainable areas around the building, but the building itself is not really utilized to its potential. And it was built for such a great purpose with sustainable design, and not a lot of people know about it. So our design was to hopefully bring more attention from other disciplines, any of the disciplines. I know we have many different team members in business and things like that. So it's starting to work, and the word's starting to get out there, and it's kind of off campus. So we wanted to bring a little bit more attention to it, make it more accessible, and just be able to share it with everybody.
Sure. And I'm just curious with the that thought process, and this is a marketing question, but are there papers or, has your team given thought to how you can leverage this lesson learned, to impact other retrofit housing projects out there?
So the basement space it features a lot of information on the walls and with the durability of the materials, and that through the tours, the community members and students will carry that out. Additionally, we have the landscaping design that brings in members of the community, and they can then spread the word, and our industry partners as well. They're nationwide, some even international. So we do have that far reach.
Great. Just another quick follow-up on the milk bottles. So my family's from Canada, and they always had little plastic bag milk bottles, and those look like glass milk bottles. So tell me a little bit about how the milk bottle decision was made, and the embodied carbon kind of piece of everything that you looked at in those materials.
So the milk bottle wall, as we kind of colloquially call it, was an original idea from the 2017. They are local milk bottles from a local dairy farm that had the Solar Decathlon logo on them, and they were used as racks. So the idea of like that manual use was that you could go fill up the bottle, put it on the rack, and then that water will, regulate the temperature within the building. So it's all local material and water. So, there was very low embodied carbon. It was a tie-in to the local dairy farm and just the community around us.
Mm-hmm.
And we really wanted to keep that by keeping the one rack for educational and not getting rid of those bottles that were so important to kind of that image of the building. And we're using it now as a front entrance partition wall. So it's the first thing you see.
Okay. And what tools for your study of new construction versus the retrofit, what embodied carbon tools were you using? And
we used Tally based on a few different scenarios of Revit models, with the scenario of the existing building, then new construction with more sustainable materials like rock wool insulation rather than XPS, and concrete with more fly ash, and then a comparison of just our retrofit materials that we brought in, and that helped us decide to do a retrofit rather than a new construction, because there was still a big difference even compared to new construction with more sustainable materials.
Great. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. So first off, I wanted to commend you that you say currently Pennsylvania law still allows for net metering, because I don't know if you followed it, but California has some legislative, it's on the docket to be addressed, and for better or worse, what California does often goes to the rest of the country. So just noticing that you said currently, I thought was a good thing. I was curious, for your the total cost of the project, the landscaping was really high. And did you guys spec that out, or did you have some assistance in that?
So the reason our landscaping is so high is because obviously typically you're not retrofitting the landscape with a project. However, when this came back from DC, you basically build a basement and sat it on top, and it's been there ever since. So the landscaping wasn't really developed around it outside of like the community garden and a few fruit trees. So we wanted to really make sure that this is its new home and that we're highlighting that and settling it into the landscape. So that's why there was so much money going into the landscaping design.
And is the project, do you think it's already funded, or is this a proposal that you're making?
This is a proposal from the Sustainability Institute, who is our client that runs and operates the site. They were looking to make some upgrades because of how the water leakage and air leakage issues were so prevalent. So we kind of took inspiration for that, and we have presented this idea to them, and hopefully in the next few years they'll be running with it.
I think that's my only question right now.
I do, yes. Along with that, working with the Sustainability Institute, they had told us early on that they really didn't have a set budget. They were kind of just looking for funding from the university based on what we proposed. So they asked us to do the two-tiered budget approach, with the first tier being sort of the necessary parts of the retrofit, and then the second part being a more visionary view for the whole site. So we viewed the landscaping and really settling it into the site as that second tier.
Yeah, thanks guys. A really interesting way you presented some things with I noticed the tags up top, some of them retracted and stuff like that. So that was pretty cool to like just identify which points you were covering in each of the slides. So that is good. I think have you looked at in terms of soft costs? Like obviously this is on your campus and you guys are designing it, so it's not that much of a concern. But when you scale this, what sort of costs you need from permit standpoint or from the design and drawing standpoint, because I felt like in that table that was kind of missing. So have you guys looked at that?
So the actual cost of the retrofit of just the home itself is approximately $61,000, which is on par for the area and for tiny modular home construction, especially with all of the technology going into this with the solar panels and things. So it is a bit pricier, but not by much.
Okay. And then I'm sorry, how you probably have this mentioned before, but how big is the unit in terms of square feet?
I believe it's about 725 square feet.
Right. So I had a follow-up question to that, and this might be nitpicking, but that's good because that tells that you guys have done a good job. That I have to look into those details. The ERV looks like it's very over designed for that amount of space. I think it's 324 CFM. Can you talk a little bit about the choice there?
Yeah, so the upstairs, the main living space is about 725 square feet. The basement is around 1,000 square feet. And we sort of had trouble deciding, because it's a very atypical use for a residential house. You have tours in the main living space and a teaching space and classroom in the basement. So what sort of standards do we use for ventilation there? We decided to go with ASHRAE 62.1 residential ventilation standards for the main living space, and then 62.2 commercial ventilation standards for the basement. So that's why that's pretty high. I'd say about 2/3 of that capacity is for the basement because it is considered a commercial space.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can move to Steve. Please mute yourself, and if you can ask a question.
Sure. My first question was going to be, did you consider automating the shading systems? But in your presentation, you said you did not. You wanted to keep them manual. Can you explain why you wanted to keep them manually operated?
Yes, it was kind of a main theme of the original team, was that a lot of the concepts in this building were something simple that someone that maybe didn't have a full grasp of all these technologies could just walk in and understand. I mean, you see a shade that you pull up and down and you go, oh, blocks out sunlight. It's shading. It's simple. And we really wanted to keep that. And sure, we could have automated everything and went, look how futuristic and how technologically advanced this is. But we really wanted to keep that original kind of like the heart of the main idea, that this was accessible for everyone and that someone could walk in not knowing anything and just get a grasp of something new that they hadn't known before.
Okay. So the shading system on the south facade then is stationary. It's just there all the time.
It is on sliding racks that can be adjusted depending on if you want them in front of the window or away from the window. And then the shelves can be raised or lowered. So they could be used technically as storage if you want them up, or you could push them down to be used as shading.
Okay. So then I'm guessing you kind of threw me for a loop there. So I'm guessing then that is how you would want to maximize the solar heat gain on that facade, because in your narrative, you have approximately 800 or 8 times the amount of heating degree days as you do cooling degree days. So I'm guessing then that the shading system on racks to move them entirely is how you would help maximize that solar heat gain on that facade to minimize the amount of heating you actually have to provide.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'll be done technical now. You know, at the beginning of the presentation, again, you said the Sustainability Institute came to you guys and asked you to design to do this. So was their intent to always have it be a solar decathlon challenge as part of the design?
So I think that they were just looking for students to get involved with the project because it is used as an educational tool. And that was the main focus of the project, to deliver it for the university and the community members. So while it is like an extra piece that is for the solar decathlon and tying back to that original 2007 competition, it isn't necessarily the main focus, if that makes sense.
Okay, it does. And that, I apologize, it was kind of a leading question towards, you know, did you guys consider actually taking a house in State College or a surrounding area and saying, okay, you know, can we do this for the Solar Decathlon Design Challenge instead?
Yeah, I believe Luke kind of touched on that with our considerations for designing a new construction building right next to the original one. However, the retrofit proved to be more sustainable. But it could be applied, yes.
Yeah, it wasn't that. It was. Did you consider ever trying to do a design challenge for an existing house in the area, in the community?
I don't believe this year we did. However, it could be applied. One of the community members, the Energy Plus team, is actually working on retrofitting a lot of housing around. And there is a FIAS project in the works, so this could easily be applied to something like that.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Yeah, we have a couple of minutes, so I can open it up.
Just a question about the rainwater harvesting equipment and costs. I really appreciated the comment about the blinds and accessibility. So I was just wondering about the costs of the rainwater harvesting system and what the takeaways would be for homeowners who want to install something there in their own homes.
Are you referring to the barrel system on the carport?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I didn't really do a cost for that. It is a very simple system. Basically just putting a gutter on that sloped carport, collecting the water off of that and feeding it into a barrel, which can be used to irrigate all of these things just by the pressure difference between this carport up here and then the landscape down there. So no, I actually didn't consider a cost on that now.
Okay, just curious. So it's all passive though?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I had a follow-up. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I realize a lot of the well systems you have put in because of like something you mentioned, because you're also accommodating for like a max load during tours and stuff like that. I think it might be an opportunity to look into some of the more how should I put it? Like, for example, in the specific instance of the ERV, instead of designing the whole thing for the max load, you could have, and we were talking about this yesterday, just spot ERVs in those locations, which you can turn on and off. They're getting fairly cheap now, and you don't have to have them on the entire time. So that might be something to look into.
Yeah, I guess the idea there was that it's a small enough space that we felt that one supply and one return would be adequate. And also the ERV that we proposed is a 9-speed. Right. So it's not like, you know, when that's carbon dioxide sensor senses, it doesn't have to go 324 CFM. I'm not sure how low it goes, but yeah, it's nice to have that variable flow.
Yeah, we have time for one more question.
Okay.
And a very quick answer.
This will be quick. So on your appliance selection, I saw that you were saving most, but replacing the refrigerator. I was just curious if you had considered, because it is going to be kind of a demo site, doing an induction stove so that you could show demos of induction versus just electric resistance.
Yeah, so it does have an induction stove in it from 2007.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. So they were on the bleeding edge
Yeah,
then.
they didn't,
All
they
right,
didn't give us
awesome.
much room for improvement.
Okay, great. Awesome.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Penn State University for, yeah. We'll have the next presentation, the presenters up here, Ball State University. Yeah, please feel free to walk up here to the podium, and till then, yeah, thanks for keeping your phones on silent and staying courteous while others are presenting. Everyone is doing great, yeah, and we'll continue to maintain that. All right. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna test this. I like the coordination. I'm assuming that.
Oh.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, and so real quick, a few items here. I'll go through the guys. So yeah, everyone is on site, right? There's no virtual.
Correct.
Awesome. And please speak into the mic because we have a juror who's virtually attending, and so we'll not be able to hear otherwise. And then we have other virtual attendees who would like to not just see you, but also hear, right? Listen to you. And then so here's the analog timer. It's gonna go off at like the buzzer at 8 minutes. And when on 6 minutes, when 2 minutes is left, I'm going to slash this. And when 30 seconds, slash this. And then at 8,
It's just amazing, like some of the
8
diversity.
minutes, and then immediately we're going to have this
Really get into.
So yeah, good. Yeah, this was a couple of minutes. So yeah.
When you said you were
Also,
gonna leave the technical questions
let's see,
for
I
us,
just
I was like,
share-
uh-oh. Being a policy person, you know, I was in a little
Yeah.
panic
Any
mode there.
questions? No? Okay, yeah, we have a couple of minutes, so sure, but yeah, we're gonna start in a couple of minutes. Just, during all your time, which means everyone is really efficient here. But yeah, again, reminder of housekeeping, it's just like stay courteous while the team is presenting, and keep your phones on silent if possible. And yeah, all the virtual attendees, yeah, we appreciate you keeping your video and your audio on mute, your video off and your audio on mute during the presentation. And yeah, we'll try to see if there's time remaining during the 15-minute Q&A to open up to the audience for like one question or two or something like that. And yeah, well, we kind of like another minute here, but when we started the day-to-day, I asked the jurors about why retrofits are cool. And yeah, anybody from the audience has any like wants to go take a like why retrofits are cool? I'm assuming everybody likes retrofits because they are here in this room and not attending the other ones. So what is cool thing about retrofits that gets you more interested in that?
I guess we can provide a solution for majority of the part of the problem that the country is facing. I mean, new housing is one thing, but we have a lot of construction that is old, and rather than removing them completely and constructing a completely new house will have a huge embodied carbon impact. And that is also something that we don't want if we are thinking about a holistic approach towards the betterment of the environment. So I guess that's how retrofit provides a better solution.
Oh yeah, you want to go first? And then
people or certain people don't really believe that this is like some future stuff that's viable by doing this program and retrofitting all these houses. It shows the average people that this is possible and can be done in common settings. But in this state or in this state, and hopefully span across the
oh, yeah, one more.
I was just going to say from a very superficial perspective, New construction, at least like the market maybe in Atlanta, can get really boring because builders are like, spec builders are building to what they know will sell. So it's a lot of gray walls, it's a lot of the same kind of finishes. And so, I mean, renovations are awesome because you get to maintain a character, and that's not something you can fake.
Okay, yeah, I'll take "we are not boring" and then right, yeah, that's the takeaway. All right, yeah. So yeah, thanks for all your answers. Yeah, it was great. All right, with that, we're going to focus back on the presentations. So Ball State University. I'm going to wait for my go. Okay. Go.
Good morning, I'm Sabrina. This is Elena, James, and Zach. We are a collective design team, the Retrofit Housing Group from Ball State University. Our location is on the east side of Indianapolis, right off of I-70 in a community called Englewood. As you can see on the lower right-hand image, that is our current house in the context of the neighborhood. And there are very distinct architectural features of the community. Over the years, the community has not been well kept and is looking for new life. One of our partners, the Englewood CDC, is looking to bring families back into the neighborhood and create affordable housing for them. They have been doing this by creating a new community school around the corner from our site, a community garden, and they are developing a bus rapid transit route that leads into downtown Indianapolis that will bring economic growth into the community. With this goal, with the Englewood CDC bringing families back into the community, we believe our design will be beneficial for that goal.
We are challenged to revive this 1920s duplex. And there are plenty of others just like this throughout the neighborhood that are begging to be saved. Walking through this house was a very eye-opening experience for us. We had to step over piles and piles of trash and belongings from people. There was even evidence of squatters that had broken in seeking shelter. We had to step over holes in the floors. Even looking up, there were holes in the ceiling as well that had been caused from the roof damage. And this just really solidified for us the need for affordable housing in the Englewood community.
Despite these existing challenges, there's much of the house that is begging to be saved as well. Much of the existing framing can be saved, as well as some of the flooring. It's built upon a solid foundation, and much of the interior finishes can be saved. So first, it was determined that the roof would have to be replaced. It's in critical condition and it leaks above the dormers. Since it has to be replaced, we proposed changing the geometry from a hip roof to a gabled roof to accommodate a larger PV array. In addition, the gabled roof preserves some of the context of the existing neighborhood. Some other performance upgrades that we did were replacing old leaky windows with high performance glazing and then adding solar shading devices to those new windows. And then the back was missing an entry and even steps up to the back door. So we proposed a partitioned private space that has entry and exit through the rear.
As you can see here on the left, we have the existing floor plan of the home, and on the right is our proposed design. Looking at the first floor, the layout is very compartmentalized. The kitchen is closed off to the back of the home, and we believe this was designed and built the way it was just because of the time of which it was built in the 1920s. And we wanted to kind of mix that up and design with today's lifestyle in mind. The interior walls themselves were not in good enough condition to be saved. So we did have to demolish all of them and rebuild, but that also allowed us to have some design flexibility as well. So we decided to bring the kitchen to the front of the home and push the living room to the back as one of our design interventions there on the first floor. The exterior walls themselves, we had to build them out to accommodate more insulation to provide a better thermal envelope. And also on the first floor here, you can see our added rear access, and we added a first floor bathroom and pantry space that was not previously there. Looking at the second floor, same thing with the interior walls, they needed to be demolished. However, we thought the layout of the second floor was near the most efficient that it could be for the constraints of the building itself. Therefore, we decided to do just slight reconfiguring to add a second floor laundry to the space. As you can see here, this is the northmost unit. Looking as you would walk in the front door, this is what you would see. This is the living room. Through that little entry or that little doorway there would be the dining room and the stairs. And behind that wall of the stairs is the kitchen completely closed off to the back of the home. With our proposed design, we pulled that kitchen to the front and moved the living room to the back, but we kept the stairs centrally located. But we opened them visually to provide a more open feel in the space. And here you can see other interior views. This is kind of what it would look like to live in this space. We have the living room and the different bedrooms. We also have a flex bedroom and office room, just to allow for flexibility based on whatever family would be living there. And we really wanted to stress with our design the importance of quality of space, and that affordable housing does not need to look like affordable housing, and that everyone deserves a quality of space.
This image is of our carport from the alley view. It provides covered parking for both units. Currently, there's nothing there. It provides 12 additional panels that can get solar gain and extra storage in the back. It will be made of thermally modified wood cladding, as our house will be made of that as well, and we will be adding a metal roof. We have chosen our materials to deal with cold, harsh winters and hot, humid summers, which is common in our climate zone.
All right. Currently on the screen, we have a model of our systems throughout the housing. So we had to tackle with the existing joints of the building, how to duct it, right? So we went with an ERV in the attic that feeds both second levels of the duplex, and an ERV in the basement that feeds both first levels. We also have a mini split heat pump in each duplex unit that runs through the walls, and a bulkhead to cassettes on the walls that then provide heating. Now, we've talked a lot about tearing down the walls and all that, but ultimately there's a lot of good bones still to the building. Most of the joists are still in good shape. The original hardwood flooring just needs to be refinished, honestly. All the studs are in perfect shape. And so with that in mind, we then added zip sheathing to the exterior of the wall to add in a new air and water control barrier. We added in thermal GPS, rigid insulation, 5 inches of it in total to bring up our R value to meet the FIA standards. And then we have our thermally modified wood, which is locally sourced. Meanwhile, we filled the stud cavity with cellulose, and we had gypsum wallboard. All told, we had 39.3 R value walls, 63 in the roof, and 28 in the foundation. This helps our EUI reach 17 kBUs. And with our PV, we then brought it down to a negative 0.4 with room for growth. With our ERI at a 49.5 and then a negative 3.2 afterwards in place of her score.
So throughout this process, we focused on one individual house in the Eaglewood community and converting existing housing stock into equitable and affordable housing for all types of families. In addition to that, we've also made it reach our net zero energy goal. But this starts to address a larger issue in the community. There are a lot of vacant and abandoned homes existing and a lack of affordable housing. So Inglewood CDC is already doing great work to save some of these homes and retrofit them for affordable housing, but we're looking to take this a step further and making them net zero energy to provide for a more sustainable future.
Thank you to the Inglewood CDC, Ball State University, and the Solar Decathlon for allowing us this opportunity.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Yeah, all right, it's back. Okay, we're gonna get on with the Q&A right now. Pam, do you want to go first?
Sure.
This time.
Great job. Comment, I loved the addition of the carport. It served certainly multiple purposes. How did you address, because it's a multifamily, how did you address kind of like sound between the two units?
The existing partition wall was already relatively thick in comparison, and we basically just padded it out with the additional plumbing lines. It's now like 10 inches thick. Okay. It's a relatively solid wall.
In addition, we've chosen systems as well that have lower decibels, and we've also chosen, for instance, like our ERV is 200 CFM, we need about 120 for both of the units. So we don't have to run it at full power, which would raise the decibel level. So some of our systems are a little bit over-engineered so that you can run it and it's a little bit quieter as well in typical operation.
Great.
Steve, do you want to go next?
Sure, I can. Wasn't expecting that. I have a couple different questions for you. The first one, moving the kitchen to right inside the front door was kind of a bold choice in my mind. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before from an architectural standpoint. Do you see anybody looking to buy a house like that with the kitchen right inside the front door? Just thinking about how I live and what our kitchen looks like, I'm not sure I want a guest to come in and see dirty dishes right away.
Yes, we greatly did consider that. We were kind of constrained. We kind of decided that the stairs, the location that they were existing, that was the best, most efficient place for those stairs. So that made how do I say that? The behind the stairs, I guess, is smaller than in front of the stairs where we added the kitchen and the bathroom. And we thought that in order to have more desired kitchen space, that the larger space was dedicated for that.
Okay. Everything's a trade-off, I understand. From an energy usage point of view, though, my other question about the kitchen is, by moving it to the front, now you've also moved it as far away as you could from the water heater, increasing the lengths, your pipe lengths and things like that. So, did you? I'm not sure. There's a real question there. It was just kind of not sure if you took that into account too, or not when you were considering that, if that played any role in what you were trying to do.
The water heater is located kind of between the first floor and the second floor bathroom, where we figured most of the water use would occur from baths and things for families. And like you said, it's kind of a trade-off. So placed it where we thought it might be cost efficient.
My next question, because I'm the window guy, revolves around the windows. On the elevations and I think in the window schedule that you provided, it looks like the windows in the bedrooms are fixed windows. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
We do have ones on the side that should be operable as well. If you're referring to the bay windows are fixed, but there are windows in every bedroom that are operable casement windows.
Okay. I just, it was unclear on the elevations then, because that's a major egress issue. If you have a fixed window, nothing but fixed windows in bedrooms. And I thought it looked like the windows, the bay windows were the operable casements and the others were the fixed windows. So, and then again, just one more question, I guess, looking at the rendering that you have up there with those shading systems and everything, did you guys consider using automated shading systems of any kind?
Yeah, we had talked about that, but a big challenge for this was balancing affordability, the budget with the performance of the building. So we tried to do as much passive intervention as we could and kind of stay away from some of the systems that would cost a little bit more money, especially because we've got a lot of photovoltaics on the house.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, we haven't forgotten you. Yeah. All right. Ankur, you want to go next?
Sure. Thanks, Steve, for bringing up the kitchen question. That it was in my notes as well. I think that gets asked a lot of times whenever affordable housing comes in terms of quality of life, because walk in the door, you don't want people to be seeing dirty dishes. So it's always like a hot debated topic in any community meeting whenever you present to like the general public. But yeah, thanks for addressing that. My question is around I think you guys mentioned a high vacancy rate that exists in the market. So can you talk a little bit about why, if there is existing stock, why is it vacant, and why we wouldn't have the same problem with this house at scale.
So with the vacancy, obviously we had talked about people breaking in and squatting in here. We had seen children's decorations for Christmas and all that. And that, yes, that spoke to us about this need for renovating these older houses to bring them up to snuff so people can actually afford to live somewhere and not have to break into a place that has no insulation, no functioning systems. Windows were shattered and broken, not even covered up by plywood. It was just this very despairing sight to see.
Right. So your point is basically this house provides a higher quality of life, essentially.
Yes, essentially.
There's a need for affordable housing, and houses that are livable, I think, will fulfill that need.
Have you looked into how you're going to be, is this naturally affordable once you're done renovating it or retrofitting it, or are you going to be looking at some sort of subsidies or something like that?
There will be a subsidy. The Inglewood CDC has gained, I think, like tax credit money, and they have grant money that will be going towards these different development projects that they are working with. And then they will also be set up where there will be some sort of subsidy where the person living there would only have to pay, like, I think 25% of their income, and then the rest would be a subsidy to pay for their rent.
Okay.
All of my questions were pretty much answered, but really interesting project. The Cove tool that you used for energy analysis, what were some of the strengths or weaknesses of that in terms of using it for a duplex?
So with a duplex in particular, you kind of had to find this way to balance having multiple systems in 2 units, which Cove tool is not the greatest at, but I essentially took what would be 1 unit and I compared it to doing the full house. I kind of tried to find out where is the actual true values, which is where we ended up at.
There's some magic to it, right?
There is a lot of magic, and a couple of very late nights banging my head against the desk.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. Yeah. Well, great. That's really my only other question.
Thanks. So yeah, we have still a few minutes here. So I want to open up any for all the jurors, any follow-up questions or any comments or feedback.
I'll just give a positive note. I thought your presentation package was really good. I liked just the formatting of it. It was easy to read and nice.
Is landscaping not too much of an issue in the area where you were projecting this project would be done?
I mean, we don't have soil samples or anything, so a lot of it is just kind of speculative, but there is landscaping around the area and grass grows.
Unfortunately, we did a lot of our site visits in the snow, so actual seeing what can grow, what cannot grow is just a little different.
The community garden that you have in the picture, is that nearby?
Yes, it's actually right across the street.
All right. There you go with the soil samples.
Yeah.
Steve, do you want to jump in? Any follow-up?
Nothing's jumping out at me right now.
Oh, yeah. So we can keep going 3 or 4 minutes here. Okay, yeah, can open it up to the audience. Yeah, please.
Hi, I was just wondering, so did you have an explanation of the cost of your retrofit? Is that on there?
Not included in the presentation, no.
So what was the overall cost?
We don't exactly.
We did some estimations.
We estimated it right around $430,000. And looking at the subsidies and the acquisition costs through CDC, we could make this affordable. And comparing it to new constructions, what we saved offsets the cost of incorporating the high performance systems. So it evens out to be about the same as a code compliant new construction building. So
So, was there a hand raised on the side? Okay, yeah. please go
I
ahead.
just wanted to comment about the kitchen being on the front. This is the first time I see your guys' project, but knowing the community and being involved in this community before, there's a Latino population growing in this community. So for a Latino population in this community, the kitchen is the central part of where we talk to our family, where we do our gatherings. So I actually like the concept.
Thank you. My family also loves the kitchen, and that is like this central hub of all of our gatherings. So that's kind of my input on that as well.
More questions? The audience? Okay. All right. Yeah. Any? Did any of those questions trigger any follow-up amongst the jurors?
When you say 430, that's total for the duplex, correct?
And remind me again, what's the total square footage?
2,680 square feet.
All right.
So actually, we have a couple
Yes,
minutes
please.
yet, right? Okay.
Yes. Light up the
Something
room.
just came to mind looking at the PV panels there. You know, how, and you might not know this, I don't know. How do you determine like where the load is going between a duplex there?
Are you talking about dividing the energy that we're producing?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so what we had figured, we've got a solar array on both sides. We figured that the panels would be split in half on the north and the south face, east-west, if that makes sense, looking at the house, so that you would get half of the array on the south face and half of the array on the north face to make it somewhat equitable. And that would essentially apply towards whatever energy you were using.
Okay. Okay. So then that would just go kind of through the meter for each side of the house then.
Yeah, considering this is rental, do you need to divide it? Considering this might be rental units, do you need to split the solar?
I mean, you do have, it's something like 60% efficiency for the north face. So to make it equitable, to make it so that both units are getting a similar amount of energy that's produced on site, that's the way that we've figured is the most equitable option.
Okay.
So, yes, please. Go.
So there is a large tree in the back. Fortunately, it doesn't overhang over that side of the house. There's a very narrow area there. We didn't do any sort of analysis on the south face, but just from looking on the site throughout different periods of the day, we didn't see any shading or anything on the roof from the tree.
The rendered tree is also a little taller than the actual. It comes up to about the height of the roof.
How close is that to reality? All right. Thank you for all your questions. Yeah, it's very engaging. And yeah, thank you for your presentation, Ball State University. So next up, right before our lunch break, we are going to have one more presentation now by the Ferris State University team.
The Jolly Rock. What was it?
Yeah. Is everyone feeling the jurors are all good? Yeah, one more before lunch.
Yeah.
All right. Steve, hang in there. All good?
We're good.
Yeah. All right, one more to go before we break for lunch. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, yeah, yeah, they might be using a alias. Jolly Rogers. Jolly Rogers. Yeah, we have some time. Yeah, but what do you get there? But first,
Not
Yeah,
right.
that's right, not
Okay,
this
yeah.
one.
But yeah, I saw the name tag. That's right. But we still looking for them. Yeah, they're on site. Okay.
We're missing our
Okay.
team.
I'll go louder. Ferris State University. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's okay. We have a few minutes.
Missed your start time.
Okay. Yeah. No worries. Yeah. 2-3 minutes.
Stand up.
Yeah. Please go ahead. Yeah. So the presentations, right? Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
Making you think twice. Yeah.
That's great. You and I must have had a mind meld. I was, the first thing I wrote down was acoustics. I was like, oh, I should take my lesson. That's probably the biggest downside to multi-family housing. Is that acoustics issue.
Yeah, nice meeting you too. Can I test the clicker?
Yes, we get started on that. Yeah, you can actually, you can test it and check if it's the right.
Yeah, that's right.
And
Oh, it's not too bad.
I don't know.
So
I'm gonna be in the way of the presentation.
yes, I'll do the drill with you all summary and then like get half the time before like a couple of jurors. So yeah, okay. So nobody, I'm fully on site. Nobody joining from
Right, just us.
Awesome.
I didn't.
And so
This had already had some work done
that
to it
followed up by
beforehand.
we have one juror who is joining. So please speak into the mic, otherwise it's going to be and then there are other opportunities from right. So yeah, walk up there and see the mic, and then your video is going to show 6 minutes. So okay, so this is the analog time. So
Are you ready for lunch? Yeah, earned it.
6 minutes.
All those calories we burned with our brain power.
Using conferences like that, you just feel like you.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
yeah.
You look forward to drink so much
And
coffee.
so yeah, we were, it's 11:20.
I went to my first conference since whatever, 2 years ago.
Kind of like try to get started like around.
Do you work with Quebec at all?
Quebec sounds familiar,
Do you
but
ever do
Yeah.
no.
We have some time to panic. Just
Yeah,
get
exactly. Yeah, we are.
Good, yeah, it's good to.
One of my first trips was
This
fall
time
of
wasn't
last
too
year,
bad.
and I came back and I had meetings in Atlanta and meetings in DC and someone in my 10 group.
Yeah. People, everybody likes earlier lunch, so we'll get started at 25. So that we can,
2 people.
because it's lunch right after.
So I had to tell everybody in that group, everybody in this group, and then I had guilt. So it was like, okay, I'm good for a little while.
Just like
Yeah,
another 5
The
minutes.
next one I went to was
And then still we are going to
January,
probably
February,
break for lunch,
Vegas.
just 5 minutes.
Ashtray.
That's great.
I felt like I must have been if I came back without. I did it.
Do you have any faculty here?
Caesar's Palace.
Like faculty, yeah. All right, yeah, I just want to, we have like 5 minutes here. What do you ask? Yeah, I know everybody here, all the students are like interested in retrofit, but generally your experience, like is retrofits exciting career choice or avenue for the sort of, that you've seen, or has there been a recent uptake in interest or?
So first of all, your moderation is phenomenal. Thank you so
Oh,
much for all of
thank
that.
you. Yeah.
It's very engaging.
Very great assistant too.
The jury is phenomenal, but I can't, I can't. We're competing, so I can't. Your moderation is phenomenal.
Yeah, that's when I'm going to stop you.
We at Georgia Tech had really interest and focus on retrofitting because we had a recent realization that we have to be retrofitting most of our communities because they were 50% of the built environment in the United States was built before 1980, and that is generally performing with much lower efficiency. And as the codes continue to upgrade, these buildings continue to be not up to code and deteriorate. And so we're not going to be demolishing all of our communities. We have to be considering how to retrofit. And our focus was on underserved populations because this is going to be the community that is going to be at the most dire risk with climate change. So retrofitting for underserved populations facing the calamities of climate change becomes a very interesting career choice, especially with the weatherization assistance program from the Department of Energy, with Justice 40 from Biden-Harris administration. There's a significant direction of all of the energies to focus on retrofit as we move forward. So definitely for us, very easy choice to look at that category. That's the one.
All right, then I expect 20 applications for retrofit.
There's only one Georgia Tech faculty that is not going to destroy his life.
Working on it.
So we also need more faculty interested in that. But do you want to also share your experience?
I think this was for us a category that has always been, we have presented retrofit projects in the past as well, even if there was not a specific condition for this category. So this year when the new division came up, we were like excited to compete. Yes, this was a discussion that they had.
Yes.
Often, and I think this, this is a very, very, very important division.
It's not going away. How's that?
That's good.
I would say, well, my graduate work was actually conservation and similar strategies, and so but on more theoretical and technical basis. But yeah, I think for the reasons stated, retrofit is arguably the more important category, right? So we're proud to be here and part of it.
One thing. So I'm very committed to retrofits, and I manage our residential program at the Department of Energy, so I'm a big believer in this. But one thing I'm kind of curious about, and we can talk about it after the competition's over, but in terms of judging this, I mean, I'm very focused on how do we scale retrofits, and so it has to be something that can be replicable, but can be done quickly and relatively cheaply. And so I think that that's the trick, is how do we find things that can be done? Granted, you have like all different kinds of housing stock, and you can see here, but you also have places where there's a lot of the same housing stock that's really crummy, but it all looks the same. I mean, some of you guys had that. And so that's kind of like, we're trying to industrialize retrofits basically. And so that's kind of where I want to also have a competition focus, but we'll see.
Great. Yeah, this is a start of something new here, right? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. All right. We'll go back to the presentations. All right, Ferris State University, all tech check done, and are ready to take us back into the presentations. I'll wait for my go.
Can we kind of like real quick
Yeah.
make sure that this distance is going to work well for the
Yeah,
mic?
sure, yeah, go ahead. You speak into it, and we can do it with Steve if can listen well.
Okay, so test, pretty good.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Fine.
okay,
We're closer.
They can't hear you in the room. They can't hear you online.
okay,
We have a mirror online.
okay. Yes, I'll speak up.
All right, yeah, that was fair. All right, let's get started. Go.
Okay, so one of the first and most important questions that we were asking ourselves as a team when we first approached this project was, can we make a home that was built in 1889 meet the energy saving and the comfort needs of homeowners and families today? And as we found out, the answer is yes. My name is Luca Vlasic. I'm the student lead at the Jolly Rogers.
My name is Brandon Cassidy.
And I'm Destiny Lazari Morgan.
And this is the 1889 residence. And so given the age, obviously a lot of the systems, the envelope, and the appliances are greatly outdated and need to be updated to meet what we're aiming for here. But the majority of the structure is still intact and the facade is still in relatively good condition. So tearing this down and replacing it with something brand new wouldn't be really efficient or within the means of saving costs.
We conducted a precedent study. This is the Mission Zero House in Ann Arbor, Michigan, which is located in a similar climate zone as the 1889 residence. The goals for this project were to preserve the historical significance of the current structure, as well as convert it to net zero. The design solutions that they came up with for this home included updating the HVAC system, installing solar panels, and sealing the building envelope. The basement and the 2 floors above grade are original layouts of the home. There is wood siding and it does have a shingled roof. The first floor includes spaces that are more open, and the second floor has more confined spaces, more closed off spaces. Defining features of the home include the wraparound deck on the north and south walls. And this deck does have a roof above it. The home also has a small attic space above the second floor.
So Big Rapids is in the climate region of 5A, which means that it's a 4-season climate region. And so when addressing the thermal comfort of the family and energy performance, we need to keep in mind the very hot, considerably humid summers, as well as the very frigid and let's say temperamental winters. There's generally a pretty considerable wind and precipitation year round. And so we needed to take a look at that too. In terms of daylighting, we have a graph here depicting our daily sunlight hours depending on the month. And that was very important when we were thinking about implementing solar panels. Our primary goal was to have a healthy balance between cost and efficiency. We wanted this to be something that not only the family that we're working with could afford, but we wanted this to be a design model that we could apply to a lot of very similar homes in Big Rapids and in Michigan. We wanted to eliminate an HVAC system that was powered by fossil fuels so that we could reduce CO2 emissions and waste energy. We're of course implementing solar panels. There's a very long south-facing roof that's optimal for solar panel installation. And we needed to seal the envelope with the insulation in the 4 windows. And then in terms of our constraints, again, we wanted this to be a design model that we can apply on a much wider scale based on a case-by-case basis for different families.
We did create 2 budget plans. So the first budget plan is the SMART package, which the cost estimates to about $128,862. The second package is the affordable package, which is less than the SMART package, and it comes up to about $93,929. The timeline for this project is about 8 months, with most of the time being allocated towards replacing the roof and installing the solar panels.
So instead of jumping straight in and looking at where we're going, let's take a look at where we're at. So the building currently has a HERS score of 120, and this is due to the poor insulation in the walls and roof, along with the insufficient HVAC system. So our goals to kind of go through and fix this is we want to add insulation to the walls along with the roof. We are changing out all of these single pane windows to double pane, along with replacing the HVAC system. And we are also adding solar panels. So here are our 2 package ideas. Our first one is the SMART package. This one includes the replacement and so the replacement of windows along with the addition of insulation and the addition of solar panels. So what sets this one apart is the geothermal ground source heat pump. And the affordable package is very similar to the SMART package, including all of the updates, except the HVAC system in that one is a cold air source heat pump. So here we're going to kind of take a look at our HERS scores. So the after our updates, we were able to get our HERS score down to 52. And once we added in solar panels, we were able to get it to -7.
Converting the home does have a larger initial cost. However, through time, there is long-term cost savings through the efficient upgrades we are making. Net zero energy homes are approximately 10% more valuable than current homes on the market in the area. And there is net positive potential with the energy production from the solar panels. We do have federal and state tax incentives for the upgrades that we are making. The most common one is gonna be the 26% solar tax incentive. With the tag of being a net zero home, that automatically adds about $24,000 to the value of the home.
So in this project, we strive to work really closely with professionals in many areas, one of them being Michigan Solar Solutions. We contacted them and they helped us size and also determine the quantity of solar panels needed to power the home. We also were in touch with several HVAC professionals. This allowed us to get a price and find the most efficient system for the home. We also were in contact with facility managers to help us price the overall cost of the home.
So in terms of our energy performance, whether we're talking about whether we're talking about the geothermal ground source heat pump or the cold air source heat pump, we're going to greatly reduce carbon emissions and make the home much cleaner. And when we use passive heating and cooling through the home, when available, that'll greatly bring our costs down. And of course, solar panels are going to play a big role into that. All of these factor into the occupant experience. That was one of our most important goals. The home is not something that you would really think would be as uncomfortable as it is unless you're the family living in that environment. And so improving that is a must. And with that said, thank you very much for allowing us to visit. We're very excited to be here and we're happy to answer any and all questions you have for us.
Thank you for your presentation. Right, we will get on with the Q&A. And all right, yes, who wants to go first?
I will. So I liked how you gave two different options. I'm curious, so the ground source heat solution was about double the cost. And I'd like to kind of hear more about what the benefits were of that over air source.
So it was overall energy consumption. So as you know, the ground source heat pump, it kind of determines through year, and Michigan is a 4-season climate region. So it was just more energy efficient than any other option we could find.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Marker.
sure. Good that you guys had a timeline in there. I think, have you guys validated that a little bit in terms of, last couple of years have been crazy with supply chain and all that. So some of the issues there, like, to find a double or triple pane window in that timeline, it's going to be hard, but have you looked a little bit into that?
So with the timeline, we have looked into the fact that some professionals are not going to be immediately available when we need them. I did calculate for some time to be added either before or after each task that needs to be done. However, you can't really estimate exactly when a project is going to be able to be done. So I did say that is estimated around 8 months, but that could be added to.
Right. And is there any benefit of doing, in terms of your timeline, 2 or 3 or 5 of these as opposed to just the one? Like, have you looked into that?
So we do have occupants in our home, and one of our most important goals is to make sure that through the process they're comfortable with what we would be doing. So with that, doing things individually or things that might be less intrusive on their lives is going to be a more positive experience on them throughout the process.
No, I meant specifically like, I think the question came up about scale. So if you were to do 5, like, for example, one house, it would be about 8 months, right? If you were to do 5 of those, have you like looked into how that, or 10 of those, how that translates into the timeline?
So the 8 months, it accounts for just the one home.
Okay.
If we would be doing more than one home at a time, that would increase the amount each home would need attention. So we haven't really accounted for that in our project because we were focusing on the one home. But we do understand that with the professionals in the area, having the more homes worked on at one time is going to increase the amount of time needed for each project.
Sure. So the net zero funding, I guess, that is available, what evidence are you providing for that net zero? I mean, you have great evidence, but I'm just curious in terms of the federal funding and whatever funding package you're putting together, what do you have to assemble and put together to qualify for that funding?
So we didn't really go into depth with the incentives because those are things that have been changing, especially with Michigan throughout the years. So it's not something that has been consistent. So we haven't really looked into that.
Okay, that's fair. It's challenging in terms of validating, the projections. So that's my question, Steve.
Well, you guys are putting the pressure on for me to take up all this time. So the good news and the bad news for you guys is that I'm an engineer and I like numbers. So you gave me a lot of numbers and I like that. The bad news is I started looking at them. So now I'm going to ask you questions about them. So the difference in cost between the two plans is roughly $35,000. And half of that is the HVAC, which is understandable based on the two things that you two choices that you had. The rest of it though is where I kind of want to ask you some questions. And again, this is just kind of price and affordability and replicability and things like that as we go along. The next biggest change that I found was the windows. Again, window guy, got to do this. What is the difference between the windows in the smart package and the windows in the affordable package?
So the difference between them is actually there is no difference. So we wanted to push to make sure that each package got the best quality window to help ensure that the overall envelope of the house was as secure as possible. And we felt that that would kind of reduce our energy costs as the weeks went on. So for window wise, we wanted to keep it all the same. We didn't want to make anything more expensive, less expensive. We still wanted it to be affordable for both packages, just depending on the clientele that we were approaching.
And I can add to that a little bit. With the packages that you are seeing, there is a little bit of a difference when it comes to what the window pricing is. That only accounts for cosmetic changes to what the windows would look like. They are going to be the same double pane within both packages.
Okay. And I am going somewhere with this. I'm not just trying to nitpick on things like this, but the next item after that was the appliances. And again, it's kind of the same question is, what is the difference in the appliances between the two packages? Because again, that came out to be a few $1,000s difference. And I'm just kind of wondering why we're making these choices for energy efficiency or things like that.
So with the smart package, with it being called the smart package, it includes smart technology. That is why the difference between the packages budgets on appliances varies. The smart package has all of the smart technology like the smart fridge, dishwasher you can control through your phone. The affordable package is more of a basic line for appliances. There are no smart features to them, which makes them cheaper.
Okay. And that's, I mean, for that, that's kind of the answer I was expecting from you. So my point in asking all this is that, I look at some of these items and I think, is it possible for us to kind of mix and match these plans on a house by house basis? Because that lower cost plan, the affordable plan is still over $90,000. And I see things on the smart package, like a $300 smart thermostat that I think might help out with with even the affordable package. And I wonder if it's possible that we could do something there for that, rather than kind of the presented of, okay, this is the smart package. We're only going to put smart items in on this, and this is the affordable one. So we're not going to do that at all.
Yeah, so we wanted to define a lower package and a higher package. So the smart package is the high end, the affordable package is the low end. Whether by basis there can be some mixing of those packages, those aren't going to be, depending on the project, definite packages that you have to choose from. We just wanted to define what the lower package would look like depending on someone's budget if you can't go up to those higher standards.
Okay. And again, I appreciate that. Just trying to dig down a little bit deeper into some of this. One more question that I have is about something completely different at this point now. You said you kept the interior layout of the house the same. And I think we all know that the older houses like that seem to have more chopped up floor plans, a lot of smaller rooms as opposed to open spaces. And I realize somebody lives there, and maybe they don't want to tear down a wall or two or anything like that. But did you guys give any consideration to maybe changing the floor plan to make the house itself and the volume itself a little more energy efficient?
So our biggest concern is in Big Rapids, there's a large amount of older homes. And so upon walking into this home, the first floor was a pretty open floor plan. And moving upstairs, that's where the rooms kind of got a little bit more secluded, and that's kind of for privacy purposes. So I felt that the floor plan itself didn't need to be updated too much. And actually, as stated in the tour, the building envelope is more important than the actual interior for holding in heat and cool as the seasons move through.
Okay. That was all I had written down on my notes.
Actually, I can kind of answer that a little farther too.
Okay.
So our goal was to kind of also keep that historical look. So we didn't want to go in and do any unnecessary work by tearing into the walls or replacing things that just brought the house its character. So to do this, we knew that we had to leave a lot of things the same, and the floor plan layout was one of them.
Okay. I did appreciate the fact that you guys, kept the exterior of the house looking the same too. That was one of my notes that I had when I first went through and graded this. So
Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. You really took the challenge head on. Yeah. Yeah. So we have like 4 minutes, but yeah, we can have follow-on.
So I was just looking at the roofing material, living also in a place that has extreme temperatures, and so the roofing replacement, the moisture intrusion issues are just so incredibly common. So when you looked at I didn't see any choices that were out of the ordinary in terms of insulation and roofing materials, but when you looked at your choices, can you talk about embodied carbon at all, or life cycle assessment, or any aspect of that went into your choices?
So we know that shingles only last so long, and we were hoping to use a different material, but it would take away from the historical look of the building. So we kept the shingles. However, we went through and put a layer of like a water barrier in between the sheets of OSB and the shingles to help provide the OSB from deteriorating over time. And they're not meant to, but we just wanted to emphasize the longevity that could last.
I just had an addition to all of the teams talking about the appliances. If there's a choice of having like delay start on washing machines, dishwashers, etc., any kind of energy conservation or delaying for peak load or peak times will be important, because policy over time and will probably change, for the lifetime of those appliances and can be really beneficial. I've told a few people here, like in California right now, between 4 and 9 p.m., you're paying like 2.5 times a kilowatt hour of what you're paying on off peak. So if, having those kind of, as you say, smart technologies that, allows a homeowner to do some of that delay and avoid peak loads is something that's important to look at.
Yeah, a couple of follow-ups, obviously. So given how old the house is, like in terms of moving some of those interior walls, you guys decided against it, obviously, but was there any aspect of some of those walls might actually be load bearing and maybe that's why you couldn't move them? Have you looked into that at all?
You want to take this one? I can. Okay, so when moving to the lower level of the building, we did notice that there was actually one support column that was down there, and kind of placing that would have been tricky, but definitely doable. But most of the weight was still on the foundation down there, so we could have moved around the walls, but we felt that it would have risked damaging the old floors that were in there and any other aspect of the house that we feared might get damaged.
One last question, quick one. You guys mentioned going off grid, and maybe this is a policy question as well. Has there been any sort of pushback or anything from the city against that? Because like I come from Pittsburgh and they don't really allow you to be off grid. You still have to be connected. So is there any sort of data regarding that?
Okay, so as far as I know, we didn't have any problems with that. Now, granted, I think that our plan was to actually leave the lines connected, just you would never have to touch them. And that kind of got around that whole disconnecting from the grid problem.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for all the great questions, Shiraz. So yeah, thanks team for your presentation. Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have one more presentation for this division, but we're going to do it after lunch. And we are doing great on time, so we are going to break for lunch now. And just to let everyone know, I think those who were on tours yesterday would know the cafe. And so that's like you to yourself to the cafe. That's where the lunch is at. And we're going to meet up back again here. And that's also for all the virtual attendees. We have one more presentation that's going to be fully virtual. And we're going to join back here at 1:30, right? Isn't that 1:30? Yeah, 1:30, that's 3:30 Eastern, and 1:30 here at Mountain Time. So plenty of time to for lunch. And yeah, Steve, see you around that time. Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
I'm gonna stay connected, but I'm gonna turn my video off.
Okay, yeah.
So
yeah, thank you for
when
joining.
when I get back, I'll turn it back on. So
yeah,
if you don't see me, then
it's been
yell
great.
at
Thank
me.
you. Yeah.
What experience have you guys had in there being
I never remember really to get them from the office.
Like we're trying to do all of our homes going to ready out of the factory.
Zero what?
Going to ready out of the factory. And then obviously we can go net zero on site.
Okay, cool.
But
So
that'd
you
be
want to
interesting
take that
figure out,
one
like,
down?
how does
Yeah.
that translate?
I'm gonna start
by
speaking.
You can do that across different platforms.
Yeah,
For-
so like for modular housing?
We
Yeah, that'd be
we're trying to
amazing.
set up our own factory, starting operations in 2024.
So we are going to slowly, that's okay, yeah, you can get, slowly start doing a AV tech check of the virtual team presentation. So we can keep talking, and we're gonna start, it's still 10 minutes before we start the presentation, but so University of Canterbury, I see folks are already joining here. Thanks for joining. Would you please go ahead and switch on your video, and just want to see your faces here. Wow, there's everyone. So I see 2 and 3 and 4, right? Awesome, perfect, thank you. And so your videos are looking great. We'll go ahead and test your audio and how it's coming through. So one by one, if you can unmute yourself, say hi, and then say your name, and then mute yourself, and then we're gonna go to the next. So I'm gonna just like call you out here. Samuel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Plummer. I'm from the University of Canterbury.
Great, thanks. Perfect. Next, Campbell.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Campbell Stevens, and I'm from the University of Canterbury.
Okay, thanks, Stevens. Next would be Finn.
Hey guys, I'm Finn McIntyre. I'm also from the University of Canterbury, New Zealand.
Great, all audio is working great till now. And Chloe.
Hi everyone, my name is Chloe Nicholson. I'm also from the University of Canterbury.
Oh yeah, so yeah, audio video check done. Everything work is fine, and we'll hope that stays throughout. And that we are here to help you. Thanks for joining all the way from New Zealand. Yeah, Christchurch, New Zealand. Awesome. All right, we did a earlier AV check here, but feel free to keep your videos on and hang around. We have a couple of questions. So who is everyone presenting? All the 4 of you are going to do the presenters. Great. So we are going to do some. Right, and so we'll have to now find who is going to advance the slide. Have you decided?
I will, yeah.
Okay. Finn, great. And so we are going to do some kind of like checking here with you if you're able to do the remote control. So is he going to request a remote control? Yeah, okay, awesome. So Finn, working with you now just here, there is, if you can request remote control, and have you already shared your screen with the presentation? Yeah. So we'll first share the presentation. You will be able to see it on your screen, and then we are going to have you request remote control. So first, can you confirm, Finn, if this is your right presentation?
Looks
like,
to be correct. I'll just
slides yourself.
Yep, that looks good.
Okay. So and then, do you know how to request remote control from the top view options?
I believe I've already done it.
And then you have it. All right. So if you can move it to presentation mode and just like advance the slide, a couple of slides, and then go back to front just to make sure that you have it all.
Is that working?
So yeah, if you can go to the presentation mode.
Oh, sorry, I'm not.
You have the...
oh, here. Yep.
Yeah. How about you try now?
No.
Okay. Are you able to move it to presentation mode yourself?
Yeah, so it looks different in my screen versus. Sorry, Finn. I'm gonna drive for just a second.
No worries. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so it looked differently on my screen than what was showing up there.
Problem.
Okay, Why don't you give it a try now, if you can? Yes, great. Yep, that looks good.
All right, thank you.
I'll just try and get the.
Awesome. Just want to make sure that guys can see, have your gallery view open in your at your end, and have the jurors retrofit housing division pop up. Can you from where I'm talking? Can you see the jurors there? Yes, we have 3 jurors here joining here on site, and then we have Steve Ulrich, who's joining us virtually, and hopefully you can see him as well with his video on. So just a couple of places that we'll have to look at during the Q&A. So we're going to have an 8-minute presentation followed by the 15-minute Q&A. And just a couple of items here. I'm going to start the timer on my side and say go, and then that's where your 8 minutes starts. At 6 minutes, I'm going to flash this here, which says 2 minutes remaining. So now you can see which screen is going to power up, right? So that's going to be the screen that I'll encourage you to keep a check on. And then at 30 seconds to 8 minutes, I'm going to this red card here. It says time's up. Don't know if you can see it clearly, but this is, I'm going to just like wave it, right? So that it gets your attention. And that at 8 minutes, there's a buzzer that we have here. It's going to go out. And so there's going to be a loud sound, which is going to be the indication that you have to kind of stop talking at 8, right? And so the wrap up is the time's up one, which is 30 seconds before. All good, right? Good to go. Okay. Right, we have our attendees here, on-site attendees here joining. Yeah, thanks. Hopefully everyone got some lunch. Yeah, this is, we had 6 presentations and this is the 6th one. So for Retrofit Housing Division is gonna wrap up after this presentation. You'll have a lot of time to then go to some of the other teams and other presentations and listen to them. And I'm going to also remind everyone after that from 4 to 5, we have a networking event for students at the same cafe at the cafe. And so it'll be great if you can go there, talk to people and head down there. And then there's food. So reasons to still hang around, right? Till then. All right. Juris, we are good to go. Yeah, one more to go, right? Yeah. Steve, yeah, you're back. Thanks.
Yep, I'm here. I'm ready.
All right. Perfect. Yeah, shake your side. Yeah. All right, at my, I'll say go, and then that would be the point where your 8 minutes is going to start. So hold on your breath. Go.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. We are energy conscious Ototahi, and this is our residential housing retrofit entry for the 2022 Solar Decathlon. We're from the University of Canterbury in our beautiful city of Ototahi, or as it's called in English, Christchurch. Quick view of our team. We're majority mechanical engineers, but also have 1 lawyer and 1 electrical engineer. Christchurch is in climate zone 5, which is the equivalent of IECC zones 3 or 4. A large group of houses in the city are built to out-of-date standards, and while the standards are continuously updated, these houses remain behind the ball. For example, our Focus house has an R value across the envelope 56% lower than that of the current standard. A market analysis was done first to learn more about our target market. We found that these old homes are very cheap and are often low-income households. So to cater for as wide of a group as possible, we designed a modular retrofit. This starts at a low price, centered around the control system Campbell will talk on later, and it scales up to the maximum retrofit at 30% of the rateable value. Houses are assessed on a case-by-case basis with a retrofit molded to maximize the energy efficiency within the household's budget. Today, we'll lay out the full retrofit at the maximum budget, which for our selected house is 165,000 New Zealand dollars.
Right. So due to the financial constraints of our target demographic, we were fairly limited to the architectural design changes that we could implement. We focused on design changes that really enhanced the performance of our building rather than just improving some stylistic features. So we addressed things like bay windows, which were very typical of the time period. We removed those. We also decided to rethink the current door layout and remove some of the ranch sliding doors as they were very ineffective. We also looked at the interior and how we could improve that. So we decided to rearrange the current kitchen layout for better productivity. And we also removed some of the superficial walls to open up the living space and create better heat flow pathways for the occupants inside. Within the engineering category of our design, we decided to split it into passive systems of the building envelope and the active mechanical systems that we then used inside our building. So here you can see the cross sections of the various building elements and the associated R values we were able to achieve. One thing to note is our building had a slightly higher stud height than standard, and this gave us an excellent opportunity to use a suspended ceiling to add additional insulation, but also it gave us room to easily duct the HRV unit and rewire any lighting. One of our fundamental principles of our design was creating an airtight layer, and this led us to choose a SIP as our main form of retrofit wall insulation, as it has a very easily continuous airtight layer around the entirety of the perimeter. This also led us to decide to go with a HRU system instead of some passive ventilation systems, as it allowed us to get really effective full house ventilation with a little bit of heat recovery without adding in too many new infiltration pathways. For our hot water heating, we decided to go with a hot water heat pump, as this gave us the most consistent and reliable source of hot water, and the technology available to us gave us a really effective system at a fairly low price point. When analyzing the embodied environmental impact of our design, we decided to prioritize local and sustainably certified building materials. We then used a New Zealand Green Building Council tool to estimate the embodied carbon of our design, which enabled us to conduct some forecasting models where we were able to compare our design with common alternatives, such as continuing with a business as usual approach and rebuilding to various different standards. What you can see here is that the retrofit design allows several of the New Zealand government's climate targets to be met, being the 2030 and 2050 targets, with an addition of a renewable system.
Our team found that the energy performance analysis was a bit more complicated than we had initially thought, because our home was based in New Zealand and we don't use a HERS rating here. So we had to adapt and overcome this by using other similar analysis. We used the ELF brands model and the New Zealand Home Star rating system to determine an equivalent HERS rating, as seen here on the slide, which will decrease further with the addition of renewables. As part of the design to increase the efficiency of the home, we replaced old appliances to more new and efficient ones, planned to integrate renewable solar power to reduce and offset energy usage costs, and our main change was to insulate the home to a much higher standard. As you can see in the image here, this is a moldy window corner of the home we are using as our base retrofit, which perfectly represents the home standard in New Zealand currently. With our architecture plans and building modifications, the increased wall insulation and window replacements, the comfort for the occupants will be overall better. And our products were prioritized to be used by non-toxic and safely certified by Red List Free and Declare. To ensure that our retrofit was successful, our occupant experience was a valued part of our design. Our design has a new open plan living style from the taken down wall, as Finn mentioned earlier. We also have rearranged and swapped the bedrooms in the house for a better layout for our occupants. We have also incorporated a better heating system, which is particularly helpful in winter, better air circulation to promote healthy living homes, and better lighting for overall productivity.
Full building science control layers were accounted for of our overall design, with the core idea being to isolate the home from exterior weather conditions. The SIPS panels have individual layers to prevent moisture and air filtration, as well as dense insulation to provide a thermal layer. These panels, along with the retrofitted windows, ceiling, and flooring insulation, create a passive isolation of the home's interior. This keeps the family inside warm and healthy, and also prevents long-term moisture damage from occurring. It also enables the house to better withstand changes in the local climate. While not relevant for this particular home, pre-existing structural damage of a target building would need to be assessed and accounted for. Connectivity was a foundational prerequisite for all the changes and additions we made to the home, so that all the systems work together to be greater than the sum of their parts. OpenHab control software running on a Raspberry Pi would be used to control all the various functions of the home. Inputs such as the occupant preferences, preset routines, local weather conditions, and currently available renewable energy would be used to control things such as turning appliances and lights off when not needed to save power, as well as optimizing the use of systems such as the heat pump, the hot water heater to optimize the energy efficiency and maximize renewable energy usage. Overall, this is a major learning experience for us all. As we were predominantly mechanical engineering students, this challenge pushed us all out of our comfort zones in terms of our knowledge and our skill set. It was interesting learning all that goes into designing and creating an energy efficient home, as well as methods that are used to test existing homes. We also enjoy liaising with companies and manufacturers in our local area and seeing how things like SIPS panels are actually made.
This concludes our presentation. Thank you very much for listening, and we will now be happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Great. We are going to start with the 15-minute Q&A now. So virtual team, this the virtual juror wants to start. Steve, do you want to start?
Oh, I didn't want to, but I guess I can. The SIPS panel, and you guys are I don't know. So I heard a lot about SIPS panels recently, and that you should not use them because of the embodied carbon in them. So I was kind of interested in how you got to selecting that as your exterior wall insulation.
Yep. So we worked with a local manufacturer of SIPS panels, formats here in Christchurch, to determine what the best option for our retrofit insulation was. Obviously, they do have a significant amount of embodied carbon due to the EPS foam. But we tried to maximize the benefit that provided us for our insulation properties. For example, we didn't use basic SIP panels. We actually used NEO carbon infused EPS foam, which has an 18% higher R value than standard SIP panels, slightly more expensive, but that actually meant that we could use a slightly thinner panel. It also was the formats company that enlightened us that they actually try and recycle as much material from the SIP panels into other forms of insulation products. And this again moved to reduce the embodied environmental impact. But as you say, they do still have a significant negative embodied carbon. So to overcome that, we tried to apply other aspects of the project to kind of balance out the cost of the SIP panels.
Okay, good answer. The other thing that kind of struck me as I was reading through everything that you provided was the different color lights that you had in each room. My wife and I fight over light bulbs all the time and what color they should be. So that kind of just hit me where I live a little bit. Is there anything, do you have anything to say about the occupant experience with that? Because I know, again, my wife, if she's sitting in one room and it's one color and she's looking into another room and it's a different color, that's going to drive her crazy.
Yep, I will pass you on to Chloe, who could probably better answer that than me.
Hi. Yes, so we actually conducted a survey of the current occupants of the home and what to try and figure out what they might be looking for within our retrofit design to obviously take into account what they want. And one of the main things they did actually say was the lighting. Apparently it was just terrible. It didn't help in any room. It was not good. So that was one thing they really told us to focus on. And obviously the light bulbs, they weren't as important, we found, as actually the changing of like the open plan living. You know, it's going to provide a lot more light through both the rooms, because we found that in the kitchen it had one light bulb, it was super dark, and then you can easily just open that up to the lounge, which had way more light because of the windows. And so obviously the light bulbs weren't as big of a part as that, because obviously they're very easy to change if you need to, and obviously change them if you need to, and it kind of depends on your own just what you want in the home. But we found that the lighting was more focused on the change of the windows and the format of the whole home. So yeah, hope that answers your question.
It does. It does. Thanks. I'll let the other jurors have at you now.
All right, thanks, Steve. Yeah, so
Sure.
please go ahead.
Go. A really interesting project, and interesting for us to learn about the climate related issues that you've got in New Zealand. Question about the God, I lost my train of thought because Steve took my embodied carbon question, but the market analysis piece I thought was really interesting in terms of the incredible need in that area and the opportunity that you have. Can you talk a little bit more about that analysis and the likelihood of having it implemented?
Absolutely. I'll pass that on to Sam, who was the head of our market analysis division for this project.
Yeah, so in New Zealand, we have the remnants of an issue where in the mid to late 20th century, a lot of houses were built to a European style and built to effectively no standards. So for context, double glazing was only implemented across the standards in 2009. And given our climate, this left most of the houses very poorly prepared to handle the conditions. So a lot of those houses have been since rebuilt or retrofitted, but in a lot of the lower income suburbs and a lot of the poorer suburbs of cities like Christchurch, you'll find a lot of these older houses that are falling further out of date, and which is what we found with our Focus house, for example. Because they're poor houses as well, like I mentioned, they're often low income houses, so we can't slap all of them with a $150,000 bill to fix up their house. So this is where our modular retrofit came in. Not only does that give each household the potential to do little bits and little bits over a period of time too, but it also increases the likelihood that the government will want to step in when they can set their set a price where they would like to contribute. They don't have to come in and build the whole thing. They don't have to do nothing. They can come in anywhere in this range and subsidize or help out in a lot of these colder houses. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that's great. I thought that was a really smart approach, innovative approach. Also a question about the smart user technology versus smart building technology. As we talk with multifamily housing, when you can scale it and get it working correctly and get everyone using it up and running, it definitely has major impacts. But have you had any sort of analysis, I guess, cost benefit analysis in terms of users wanting to pay for the extra benefit that comes from adding all of the smart tech?
I'll pass that one on to Campbell, who was the head of the integrated systems analysis of our design.
Sweet. So when we were designing kind of the smart integrated system, we went with system, like the software itself is free and open source, and the computer it's running on the Raspberry Pi is relatively cheap, around like $50 to $100 I'd say. And so we kind of designed it to be as low cost as possible, and also just as low usage as possible, so the users don't have to interact with it as much as possible, just keep it smooth. And so from that, since it's all open source and there's a whole existing ecosystem of smart integrated technologies and just software things to take things like the current weather and current renewable energy usage, we think that it's not that much of a cost incentive So it's not, it doesn't cost that much, and the benefit it brings is quite great relative to that cost.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
So you can just do a little education for me on this. On your internal insulation, you used a wool product. And can you tell me a little bit of, like, here I know there's blends that say they're wool, but they're not really wool. And so I was curious if that, what that product is and kind of how it handles from an efficiency perspective. And yeah, and does it give bugs in it?
Absolutely. So that's something that I probably should have brought up in response to Steve's question about the SIP panels. And it was one of the ways that we kind of balance the embodied carbon content of our SIPs panels by using a more environmentally friendly and sustainable bulk insulation product in other areas of our design. So Terralana Wool Insulation is a local company here in excuse me, Christchurch, and they do have a blended product. It's not 100% wool. It is 60-40 wool to polyester. However, there is a very thought out supply chain by this company, and the wool that they receive is either straight from the farms in Christchurch and the surrounding area, but actually a lot of the wool is from carpet manufacturing and is essentially a waste product from the carpet manufacturing industry. And then on top of that, the polyester that they use to blend with is also 50% recycled from waste material. And so that really helps to reduce the embodied carbon. But the reason for the blend, as I'm sure you're aware, is to avoid those issues, those performance issues like slumping and adding, getting mold infiltration and things of that nature. And so the Terralana company went through a really vigorous process to get their product certified by various different organizations, mainly the Living Building Challenge. And they have, I believe, a higher performance lifespan than traditional fiberglass batt insulation.
Great, thank you.
All right. I thought it was a very interesting idea on you guys' part to have your finances sort of be or the retrofit be modular based on the finance or the money that you're able to raise. I think that was really interesting. I saw a point there about limiting the retrofit cost to under 30% of the house value. Obviously, I'm not complaining about spending less money, but like how or what was is there a metric you're using? Is that 30% like a more widely accepted metric in you guys' region, or how did you come up with that number?
Again, I'll pass it back to Sam as he led the market analysis team.
Yeah, so 30% is, there's no widely accepted value here. Effectively, we approached this project and we aimed for somewhere between 20 to 50% and designed the full retrofit, and then took a look in hindsight and looked at what we needed and what was there for the maximized retrofit. And we found that that came within the 30%. So we found, based on this house, which is a small sample size, it might need to be corrected, but based on our design here, we have concluded that across more houses, 30% of the rateable value will most likely be enough to cover a maximum retrofit to the level that we've described in this presentation, and possibly with some room to move. It's likely that the majority of them will come under that value. That was just more of a safety blanket catch-all.
All right, and I'm sorry if I missed this. Is the house all electric, or is like the current in the current situation? Is it what power source does it have?
No, so currently it is majority electric. However, the hot water heating is gas powered. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
We have a couple of minutes, so do you want to have any follow-on questions, comments, feedback, jurors?
You talk about what is the typical exterior in your area and whether your choice was different or similar or same?
You mean to say
Cladding.
the exterior cladding? Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So the current cladding and a very common cladding for the kind of topology that we were focusing on was stucco, which is not very stylistic in this modern age. And because we decided to retrofit the wall elements from the exterior, and the cladding was always going to have to be removed. And so we actually looked at a few different options for cladding, ranging from the most basic of timber claddings to recycled hardwood claddings for that extended life span and durability. But essentially it came down to, like most decisions in this project, a cost benefit kind of balance. And yeah.
Do you have any other burning question? I think, yeah, we're at 15 minutes here. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. I request you to switch off your video, still keep hanging around. We'll just like wrap up in a while here, but yeah. If you can take these slides up and open up the moderator slides up. Great. Or yeah, I just have the moderator slides up. All right. Yeah. So that was all the presentations for Retrofit Housing Division. Yeah, you want more?
That was
really
amazing.
Hopefully next year. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you all, everyone who joined in person and all our virtual attendees. And yeah, let's say thank you, all the jurors. Thank you for spending time with us, all your great questions, and helping us having an engaging discussion and a Q&A session. And also our virtual juror here, Steve. Thank you. So Vicky, Pam, and Ankur. Maybe we should definitely have a round of applause for them. Yeah, we couldn't have done this without you. Learned a lot, everyone here, all the students, and yeah, thanks for kind of following the housekeeping and everything, and yeah, being such engaging audience as well. So with that, a couple of things here. Today, the students now kind of right after this, you can go and listen to some of the other presentations that are still going on till 4 to 5 down at the cafe. You have a networking opportunity, and then there's snacks and food there. So I definitely encourage you to hang around till then. And these presentations were all recorded and will be available at the Solar Decathlon YouTube channel. But whenever we have that up there, we are going to send a notification to everyone. Keep an eye on the HUA app. You will get some of the updates there. If you can go to the next. Yeah. Awesome. So this is tomorrow, right? We have at the Marriott down from here, down the road from here. We have the awards and a lot of exciting kind of awards. We are planning a lot of celebration, and then the final grand jury presentations are also going to happen. So yeah, definitely encourage everyone to be there. And yeah, with that, I'll ask all the audience to slowly make your way out of this seminar room, and the jurors, please hang around here. Thank you. Yeah, have a great weekend.
I would love pictures too.